My name is Jessica Rockwood. I'm with International Public Health Advisors, and I'm the co-chair of the Emerging Issues Working Group. And today we have a 3-hour session on waste management. Next. Just to walk you through the session overview, we're looking at plastic waste management across all channels. And we're going to have 2 examples for you today, one from Liberia and one from Sierra Leone. And Paulo Gozzi will be moderating that. Then we're going to care, repair, and repurposing guidance, and we're going to have Madagascar and Zambia's experience, and that's going to be moderated by Miko Thomas. And then we're going to talk about end-of-life nets and the Nigeria EOLIN project experience. So that's end-of-life insecticide net experience. And with that, we'll have Fatima Ali from the NMEP and Godwin, who is in the back, many of you know, who's the BASF EOLIN Nigeria director. And then we're going to have reflections from Uganda, I hope. I don't see him in the room. And I'll be moderating that session. Next. So I want to give you a few updates on what's happening with waste management. As we know, and as you'll see throughout the session, waste is becoming, plastic waste specifically, is becoming more and more of an issue in all of our programming. There was a time it was an afterthought. I think COVID made us really understand that we really needed to take care of our waste. But then with dual AI nets being mandated as having individual packaging, many of you were doing bulk packaging, took us really back to make us understand that we had to really think about what we're doing for waste management. But I want to remind you that the waste management guidance is dated. And if you look at the red up there, we've got the recommendations on sound management of packaging for long-lasting insecticidal nets from November 2011. And that is the WHO HUPES, which we all know HUPES no longer exists, provided guidance on appropriate waste management, meaning incineration at certain temperature, Basel requirements, burying away from water sources, and other methods depending on your context. Then we go to the guidelines for procuring public health pesticides, 2012. And that claims and states very frankly that those nets should be packed individually in sealed plastic bags that are sufficiently strong to prevent damage during transit. So we know that a lot of countries opted to go bulk packaging. So again, with the advent of dual AI nets, we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. There has been an update from AMP on operational guidance entitled The Management of Insecticide Treated Net Packaging, a review of current information and recommendations for priority action by target group. That's a long sentence, so I apologize for that. So that included a bunch of input. I think it's going out to layout. That should be out soon. But what's really good news is that UNICEF is taking the lead with the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, requesting that ITNs be exempted from that individual bag requirement. So that request was submitted April 4th. We expect an answer June, July 2025. And if they say yes, then countries can request bulk packaging. If they say no, countries must procure ITNs in individual bags, and those bales must be marked as hazardous goods, and that will result in longer lead times and increased costs. So we've got a couple months, don't know how long this is going to take actually, but just to let you know, that's the latest update. Next. So I think it's really important to, when you talk about waste, to be able to actually think about how much waste are we actually talking about? Just in metric tons, how much waste are we talking about? So this is an example of a country that did a campaign last year. And you'll see that they bought 3.1 million nets, thanks. And those bags are a blend of PE and PP, which also makes it more challenging because now you have a blend. If it were a solid PP, we would be so much easier, but we're not. So you're looking at 60 metric tons of plastic for 3 million nets. Then you take into account the bales, and that's PP, it's woven. I think you've all seen bales before. And that's another 10 metric tons. Then you're talking about the straps. So we go into another 4 metric tons of plastic. So in total, and this is without any end of life. This is just what happens in a campaign setting. So we're talking about 75 metric tons of plastic packaging. It's a huge amount of plastic. And there is a market for it, and we should be recycling it. So this was a pre-assessment quantification that was done. Next. And then because we're getting so much more, we, with my BASF hat on, are getting so much more engaged and want to be very, very specific and succinct on what the actual amounts of plastic we're talking about. And there's a difference between the different types of nets, right? Some nets have more plastic than others. Some have less. We've seen 7 different types of plastic in some of these different suppliers. So BASF has developed this calculator where you can put in the number of nets distributed. It then will give you the number of bales. It tells you the individual net, your average weight. So that's all been calculated. And then you can come down and you can actually see the weight of the campaign waste generated, the CO2 emissions if you were to incinerate it, and then if the CO2 emissions if you are to mechanically recycle it, and the emission savings by metric ton of CO2 and the CO2 savings. So if we were to mechanically recycle all, which we did in this country, all of the waste from that campaign, you would save almost 42% in CO2 emissions, which I think is pretty cool. Then we can go into you can put in how many nets you've actually, old end-of-life nets that you've collected, and then it'll also generate that for you as well. Anyway, I wanted to just give you an intro into really trying to get your head around how much plastic we're talking about. Next. Okay. So this session, we're gonna, as I noted, it's 3 sections. Paul will come up first. The mentee questions will be embedded throughout, so get your phones ready. And in general, what we really need to know is what are the priorities in your country so that we can be responsive as opposed to be reactive. Okay, thank you, Paul. Any questions? Chris. We are.
Thank you. My question was if we are still classifying this plastic as a subclass of
Yes.
plastic waste being pesticide contaminated.
And that's why there's this discussion around hazardous goods, right? So if they gets a waiver, it goes around that hazardous good, but I still think and believe strongly that this amount of plastic needs to be recycled, if possible. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I thought we'll be appreciating Jessica. Yes. All right. Good morning again, and thank you, Jessica, for the introduction. My name is Paul, so I'll be facilitating this session, and I'll just run through a short presentation. We have a lot of Menti questions, and in those Menti questions, we want to know what your practices are, what your thoughts are, what you intend, or what you think we should do with plastic waste across channels. So, and after the short presentation, we'll be having Sierra Leone and Liberia share their experiences with waste management. Okay. Are we set? Okay. So we'll start with the first Menti question. So we'll get our phones. The code is up there. Okay, there's no QR code. We can just type in the code and
So you need to go on to menti.com, www.menti.com, and at the top of the screen, you'll see the code through which you can access the questions that are going to come up. So if you look at the very top of the screen, and please, when you're in, we should be able to see you. If you have a problem, please put up your hand. And Paul, your microphone is really quiet in the back, so hopefully we can get some better sound. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I think I've been handed another microphone. So why is the management of plastic waste from IT and distributions important? Okay, environmental impacts. Can we have more responses? Okay, probably to control community waste. Okay. The code, okay, the code is 86758782. 86758782. Why is the management of plastic waste from IT and distributions important? Environmental pollution, okay, to protect the environment from pollution, avoid increase in unmanaged municipal waste, okay? Okay. So okay. I think we're about 30 in the hall, and we have 16 responses at least. That's a little above half. Yeah, yeah. So I think there was the classification. Let's have that classification. Okay. 9 responses on environmental impacts, public health issues, community wastes, okay, environmental issues. Okay, are we good? Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Okay, as a background, we all agree, and as we can see in most of our reports, country presentations, it's always there. Malaria is endemic in many countries, most especially African countries. And we agree to that. And we agree to that ITNs are one of the core tools in the prevention of malaria, right? And then currently, mosquito resistance to insecticide is a growing challenge. And as a result, there are new innovations in treatment of ITN waste, including the next generation ITNs, like Jessica had spoken about. Most of these ITNs come in individual packages. Next slide, meaning we're having a lot of waste generated from ITN distribution. So according to AMP net mapping project, over 3 billion nets has been distributed in the last 20 years. And if you quantify that from the example Jessica gave us, that's hundreds of thousands of tons of waste. Now, from our responses, we can see that this waste, ITN plastic waste, cause a lot of environmental issues, public health issues, thereby means that this is also contributing to the malaria problem we're trying to prevent, right? So when you have waste blocking drainages, creating flooding, creating breeding sites for mosquitoes, it means that from the waste generated from the ITN prevention approach, we're also still contributing to mosquito breeding sites. Next slide. So it will interest you to know that out of the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, 7 of these SDGs speak to the severe negative impact of plastic waste in our environment, leading to public health issues, water pollution, climate change, affecting life on land, affecting life in water. So next slide. So it means that proper waste management or effective waste management from our plastic waste would help minimize these environmental issues and help improve our public health and safety. I think we can agree to that. Next slide. So we're going to have a second Menti question. Do you think plastic waste is generated across all channels? Okay, 13. 1 no, okay. Okay, good. So we have 1 no. Next slide. So what are the types of plastic waste? I think Jessica had mentioned that. We have waste coming from the individual bale sacks. We have waste coming from the bale straps. We have waste coming from the individually packaged nets. Well, until we're able to get the waiver, we'll still be having waste coming from individual packaged nets. Then for some of the bulk packagings, sometimes they come in individual bulk plastic that is also embedded in the bale sack. So that also contributes to waste. And then sometimes we use single-use PPE in the distribution of ITNs. That also contributes to waste. Next slide. Now, again, another question. How can we manage ITN plastic waste at household level? Okay, I think There's an interpretation, right? Okay, okay. So for waste that items with individual plastic that are issued to households, how do we think we can manage the waste at the household level? Incineration, okay. But I'm sure a lot of our households would not be able to afford taking one single plastic to the incinerator. That's if they can locate one. Burning, okay. Repurposing. Okay, nice. Next slide. And as a program, how would you manage plastic waste during routine distribution? So we know that during routine distribution, most of our items are individually packaged. So how do we manage waste during routine distribution? Okay. We should issue the nets out without the packages. Nice. Okay, engage municipal waste management bodies to collect the waste. Okay, incineration again. Okay, taking using hospitals to incinerate them means we collect the waste at the facility level. Okay.
So first, thank you for the responses. And we have a pretty big concern about what's happening with routine net packages. So when we're doing campaigns, I think we're very, very good about putting together waste management because of the volume that's coming at once. Routine's a lot less clear for us. And what we see here is a number of you are saying, retain the package and don't send it home with the household. Then what do you do with the package? Is my question for the program. So if you're retaining it at the health facility, then what are you doing with the packages from the health facility? Are you incinerating? Are you burning? Are you recycling? So it'd be good to hear from the programs that responded that you're retaining the package. Then what? What are you doing?
And just a complementary question is, how are you managing the risk that the now naked net will avoid damage between the point of distribution and the time it's hung up in the household?
Anita, I think you wanted to speak?
Yeah, for routine nets, as we mentioned, we retain the. Okay, I use a mic. For the routine nets in Sierra Leone, we give out the nets without the package, and the package will make sure that we burn the packages. It's not after every net, maybe after some couple of nets, we burn them. And or for facilities where they have incinerator, they incinerate them. Yeah, that's what we normally do.
And are there any concerns, as Chris was saying?
Okay.
I have a loud voice. So maybe Anita, and then as Chris was asking, have you considered how you are minimizing the risk? So when they're taking the nets from the health center back to their homes, that it is safe, do you know what I mean? Or you haven't considered that just yet?
I think she said. You're not issuing the nets.
Yeah, we
out.
consider the risk. We give the nets out. We ask them to come with maybe a carrier bag where they put in the nets. They don't handle the nets in their bare hands. They put it in a carrier bag. When they go to their houses, we tell them to put the nets out, to air the nets out for at least 24 hours before they start using them.
So I have a question. How many of you have waste pickers or a waste pickers association in your country who actually go around and collect waste? Pet bottles, anything. Right. Wait for it, wait for it.
For us in Liberia, we do have waste picklers, in the community. However, they do not dispose of this waste in a proper manner. So we, as a Ministry of Health, we do realize that there may be a big issue that will come up because a lot of use plastic bag water, for example. So when you look on the beaches, you find out that most of these plastic bags are improperly disposed of. And that goes for household waste, etc. So it's a problem.
Okay, so these are the kinds of evidence that I want us to start collectively thinking about. How can we work within your context to use appropriate mechanisms, for example, for routine? Could those waste pickers go and collect those empty bags and take them to the recyclers or a collection point so that you can amass a large enough quantity so that you don't burn them? Because we don't like burning. Burning's bad. Burning is bad. So we want to create a recycling environment so that your beaches, you can have enhanced tourism. You can actually not have some of your water systems all clogged up from all this plastic that we see. Anyway, Paul.
All right, next slide. Thank you.
Oh, wait, Godwin.
Sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to chip in a bit about burning and incineration, because in most cases, it's like we use them interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. When you incinerate, it assumes that you are burning at a very high temperature, over about 6,000 degrees Celsius. But burning is just the one we do, like open air burning, so they are two different things. I'm sure in the course of the discussions, we'll see which of the scenarios are good. But bottom line is that burning is not encouraged. It's not environmentally sustainable.
All right, thank you very much, Godwin. So as we can see from the slides, we do not, you can see the do's and the don'ts. So burning, I-10 packaging, according to WHO recommendation, in open air is not acceptable. Of course, disposal of I-10 packaging in improper landfill is also not acceptable. So what we encourage as much as possible is recycling. And if we have to incinerate, like Godwin has elaborated, the difference between incineration and burning. If we have to incinerate, WHO recommends at a temperature of over 850 degrees Celsius. All right, next slide. Okay. Then again, another question. So who are the main stakeholders for plastic waste management across channels? Okay. Household, I guess that's household, right? Okay. Household, manufacturers. So I think during the short discussion session, I guess what we had discussed about was, as much as possible, avoid sending the individual packages to the household, so so that we can manage the waste from the facilities, because it's actually going to be much more difficult for waste to be managed at household level. So we want to encourage as much as possible the packages to be retained at the facility or at the distribution centers, and the naked nets can be issued to the household. Yeah, Jessica?
So I see that a couple of you have put up manufacturers. Does anyone want to tell me why they think that one of the main stakeholders for plastic waste is the manufacturers?
Well, because I think you'll have to go away. Because we have this interesting dynamic where we want to protect the net, and particularly for routine distribution or continuous distribution channels, we're saying we want to protect the net while it's in storage, but we're going to, at some point, remove that protection, hand the bare net to the individual, and they're going to take it away. And so you have to kind of think through the process of, if we're looking in terms of protection, how do we move from an individual bag, where, remember, we've spent a lot of time working with manufacturers to develop the artwork, to develop the social messaging that goes on there, the care and use, to only then, at the point that we're actually handing it over, removing all that information and content and passing it on. So why not work with manufacturers and the procurers who liaison with the manufacturers to figure out some way to perhaps avoid the packaging or reduce the packaging associated with the current model of just having individual bags for every single net. So we have to kind of examine the purpose of that individual net, examine the use of that individual package, and perhaps rethink the packaging overall so that we can meet the needs to protect the net, and while at the same time reducing the plastic. So that's why I think it's important to work with manufacturers with this challenge, because the manufacturers can come up with the solution to address this new model.
Thank you. So maybe just to add to the manufacturers, I'm just thinking right now, for indoor residue spraying, when the insecticides are taken to the districts, so there's a deliberate activity that goes to pull those insecticides back and taken to the suppliers. And the suppliers take it as their own responsibility to go and now incinerate or take care of that waste. So maybe in a way we should somehow start engaging manufacturers and see how they can also try and manage the waste. And it's a common.
So what are the major challenges faced as a program in our attempt to manage plastic waste? So as a program, what are the major challenges we face in our attempt to sustainably manage plastic? Okay. Funding, inadequate funding. Infrastructure. Can you elaborate on that? Is it?
Sorry, I meant like infrastructure of the waste.
Storage space?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, collect, I think that should be probably waste pickers, something like that. Do you want to throw more light? When you say collect, what do you mean? Okay, we have responses on difficulty in collecting all the waste, okay? And disposal regulations. So when you talk of disposal regulations, is it, are there regulations within the country or within the program that affects waste disposal? Any response? All right, next slide. Okay, sure.
So, hi everyone. So I saw some response like funding costs. So I have a question in terms of how do you come up with this like funding? Are you really like during your planning budgeting for everything, including the methods that you want to use for the disposal of the waste? So then you present all the costs, everything, so then you don't have money? That's it? That's what you're saying? Are you planning? Are you budgeting for?
Any response from programs?
Liberia, can you walk us through what you went through recently?
Okay, so from Liberia, what we actually did during the planning process, we did budget for the waste, but our budget at the time was not for recycling because our mind did not go to that direction. We were looking at incinerating the waste. So we got in contact with the LMHRA, that is the regulatory authority for medicine, and they show us that they were putting together a waste an incinerator for the plastic waste. So our budget was actually for incinerating, but when during the process, during the distribution, when we realized that they did not have that capacity, we had to come back. So recycling, now we had to go back to look for more money because then the recycling budget was far more than what we budgeted for incinerating. So sometimes where the problem is. So sometimes you budget and your budget is low, you have a budget gap. Sometimes you have to go back to the donor and do a fact-based justification why you need additional funds. So that was our situation in Liberia. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, okay, the roles and responsibilities. I think we had suggestions as to key stakeholders in managing plastic waste. So one of the key stakeholders will be you, the malaria programs. So what we advise is you identify waste management entities, either the incinerating facilities or the recycling entities, and have an agreement with them, probably an MOU, to see how they can support in the recycling of waste. You provide estimations as to the quantity of the waste, either in volumes or tonnage. I think Jessica showed us an example, and in the course of the slide, we're also going to see examples of how you can estimate the volume or the tonnage of the waste. Then ensure you have adequate storage spaces for storage of waste, probably before it gets to the final recycling point. And you coordinate and oversee the process of waste management. So you're one of the major stakeholders in waste management. Next slide. Then, of course, across channels, we have the health facility in charge, the distribution supervisors or team, and in terms of school-based distribution, probably the health teacher, those involved in the waste management, in the distribution of ITNs. So they also are part stakeholders to waste management, and they would also oversee the collection, sorting, and packaging of the waste until it gets to its final recycling point or incineration point. Next slide. Then we also have the designated waste managers at the point of the different distribution channels, be it routine, continuous distribution, or mass campaigns. You have your designated waste managers to see how they can collect. Well, it's most important that we sort the waste, because even at the recycling point, that becomes a challenge, because a lot of this waste have different what do you call it? You have, I think Jessica had mentioned, some are PPs, some are PEs, some are mixed. So we need to sort them out so that they can weigh them differently and recycle them according to their make. Next slide. And of course, the recycling entities, the incineration entities. But then again, next slide, for maybe programs that are unable to recycle or to don't have recycling entities or can't locate incineration facilities. Of course, next slide. In rare cases, burial of the wastes, plastic wastes, can be allowed, but then we have WHO recommendation in when you want to bury waste. It has to be done in soil with low permeability. It has to be done far away from drinking water sources to avoid leaching and contamination of our water bodies. It has to be done in specific depth, minimum depth and width. And at the end of the day, after burying, WHO recommends that the hole be sealed with concrete. So if you can't go through the process of burial in line with WHO standard, then we advise we recycle. It's more sustainable to recycle. Next slide. Then based on, from this, we can see that we had tried to sample from 3 different countries, measure the weights of some of the ITN packages, and we have those parameters here. But in an average, for bulk package nets, for every 1 million bulk package nets, is estimated that we have over 4 metric tons of waste that will be generated from every 1 million bulk package nets. And for every 1 million individually packaged nets, we're generating over 25 metric tons of waste. So that's a lot of waste. Next slide. And then finally, our key takeaways from this is, as much as possible, we should, across channel, distribute ITNs to households without the packages. So we retain the packages, and it will be much more easier to manage the ITN, our plastic packages, from the facilities or without it getting to the households. It's much more easier to manage that from the facilities. And of course, we agree that properly managing plastic waste is beneficial to our public health, and as much as possible we should collaborate with local authorities and waste management entities. Like Jessica said, if we can locate waste pickers, we should do that and see how we can collaborate with them to properly and sustainably manage our waste. Okay, thank you very much. So probably I'll ask if we have more questions. We can save the questions, and we'll have the presentation from Sierra Leone and Liberia. Then we will have a facilitated discussion session where we can ask questions and make contributions. So I'll invite Sierra Leone for their, to come and share their experiences with waste management. It also interests us to know that Sierra Leone piloted the first public-private partnership in waste recycling, that's sustainable ways of waste management, and they piloted the first public-private sector management of waste, and they were closely followed by Liberia. So welcome Philip Brewer from Sierra Leone for his presentation.
Good morning. Philip from Sierra Leone, presenting on waste management. Before this time, previously we have been doing a lot of bednet campaigns. Managing the waste has not been in place. That has not been considered. So you see our kids going along the community, having these ITN bags, putting their books inside to go to school. And even the caregivers will now go home, use those bags, go to the market, get foodstuff, and put them into those bags and take home to use. So for this year, next slide. For 2023 campaign, we, as partners, we decided that we do our campaign and the quantity of nets that will be distributed is a huge one. And it's our first time of doing digitalization as a country in 2023. So we have our supply chain management, we have national monitors, we have independent monitors. These are all the players in the campaign. How did we come up using the IG2 and that of the PBO? From the data we got from the resistance monitoring data, that informed us to use the IG2 and that of the PBO. The IG2 was 2.4 above, and then also the PBO was 2.9, one more. So our prevalence as a country for malaria is 22%. We are still high up there. Next slide. So we procure the IG2 based on the data that was given to us, and then also the PBO. And then the IG2 has individual packaging, and then the PBO was in a bulk packing. So we recognize the importance of having a robust waste management this time around. So what did we do as a program? We costed the waste management, and then we now, to minimize the waste within the environs. So the 2023-2024 campaign, we estimated 70 metric tons of ITN plastic waste that will be generated during this time. Next slide. No, go back. Go back. Okay. So, okay, you can see we have 16 districts, and in these 16 districts, we have districts that have the IG2, and then districts that do have the PBO. So, from the calculations, we now see that 70 metric tons of ITM waste will be generated. So what did we do as a program? The next slide. Since all PBOs were coming with bulk and then the IG2 with individual packaging, we initiated a plan of what can we do? Having got 1,500 head facilities in the country. So we decided to do mapping to see in those facilities, are there incinerators? We did a fact-finding mission, and we realized that we have little functional incinerators in health facilities, very little. And because of the lack of these functional incinerators in the health facilities, we now say we need to do all we could to manage this waste. So a waste management, we decided to have a waste management plan and budgets for that purpose. So since incineration was not visible, that is where we go, waste recycling was considered as a more environmentally friendly, sustainable solution. So recycling was the waste management options that was adopted for the 2023-2024 ITN campaign. We have a local organization that is the Premier Environment Solutions that have been working with PMI involved that do IRS in 2 districts in our country, and they have been working in collaboration with Premier Environment Solution, taking care of the waste, recycling it. So, as a program, we now say, since this is the solution, we have to contact Premier Environment Solution. We meet with them, and they accepted with no cost attached to it. So they now say the waste will be crushed to recycle the plastics. And then at the end of the day, those recycled will be turned to bricks and paving bricks. So the NMCP and Premier Environment Solutions, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, signed an MOU. We signed an MOU with them. So as you can see from the buildings, is a sample of the bricks that were made from plastic, the recycling. These are the buildings. Okay. So, as a program, putting the budget together for waste management, we have these thoughts in our mind. Waste that will be generated. How many of this waste will be generated at the distribution point? And then also the waste. We thought of transportation. How would this waste be moved from the DP to the districts, headquarter town, and from the district headquarter town to the consolidation point, which is the regional district, and then finally to the recycling point in the city, Freetown. So we thought of also the packaging, and then also the mode of transportation, and then also waste tracking. Of course, the waste tracking, we have a waste tracking tools that was developed, and then also we look at the separation, waste separations. All of this were considered in the planning of the budget. You can now see we have districts. These are the districts, those that have PBO and those that have the IG2 net. And these are the consolidation points. These are the places where the waste will be transported for crushing, these three areas, and then western area finally for crushing and recycling. So initially the budget was 8,231.69. Having done the pilot, this was what we developed as a budget for the whole campaign. But then we did our pilots, since it was a digital, our first time of doing digital. We did our pilots in Bow. And the pilot phase for the crushing also was done in Bow. Little did we realize that 70% of the waste was still at the facility because we are unable to bring them all at the district headquarters town. And then also we decided to have a supplementary budget to go to the rest of the other 15 districts. So, during the training and monitoring, what did we do? At every layer of the training of the campaigns, we do train the actors on waste management, waste collections, and we prepare a standard operation procedure. So waste management was supervised at every level. The national monitors focus and make sure that those wastes are not left at the DP. They are brought to the districts. So the pilots in Bow, with the crushing, we realized that the ITN wastes were not properly tracked, even though we provided a tracker for them. And then also the reverse calculations, and then the sorting of the waste, that of the plastics and the scraps. They were not sorted out, they were mixed together. That was, and 50% volume reductions was achieved by crushing of waste in the pilot. And then research shows that development confirmed ITN waste can be recycled into building blocks and pavement bricks. So to every DP, like I was saying, collections of waste is done. And then also supervision by national monitors. The national monitors will go around on supervision. They will use that opportunity, that the vehicle that was given to them, they will use that one to bring the waste. And also the district supervisors use that opportunity also to bring the waste at the district level. All waste, including scraps, were packed together. There was no way they were separated. So most PHUs had only one type of net. It's either you have the PBO or the IG2. In spite of all that, we still have challenges. Absence of source separation plan to separate between the empty bags and that of the scraps. Inadequate waste transport plan. Insufficient waste management budgets. And then no dedicated campaign personnel at the DMS for the waste management. Insufficient budget for lifting the mobile waste crusher. You know, the crushers are in Freetown, at the capital city. Moving them to the regional districts was a difficult one. And then insufficient designated storage space at district level. We recommend a series of recommendations. That is proper planning and budgeting for the next ITN waste management. And then also source separations process needs to be done at the facility level. And then inadequate storage space for storage of waste at DMS. So we are definitely recommending that maybe we use the stores that were rented for the bedness to store the waste also. Then also the role of district storekeeper and security personnel needs to be reversed. We want them to look at the waste at all levels and take care of that waste, taking track of all the waste that will be coming at the DMS. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, for the presentation. And immediately we're going to be inviting the Liberia team in person of Dr. Yati Wapo for her presentation. Can we put our hands for her as she comes?
So my name is Yata. My name is Yata Saki Wapo. I'll be presenting on behalf of our team. We'll share our experience. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So this is the outline. I will tell you about our current situation, give you a background, and how we engage our different waste management partners, the methods we use. We'll talk a little bit about the challenges and the lessons learned, and then we'll talk about recommendations. So this is the political profile of Liberia. As you may know, we are a West African nation. We have 15 political subdivisions, and each of these political subdivisions have county health teams. We have 98 health districts in Liberia and a population of a little over 5 million people. Malaria is endemic in Liberia. As you know, our prevalence is at 18%. We have 10% using the MRDT and microscopic, according to our last LMIS that we did in 2022. For our core malaria prevention, we do distribute ITNs. And from 2015 to 2024, we have had 4 cycles of distribution. So you see the trend down here from where we started in 2009 to 2022. We have improved our ITN ownership, the ITN access, and the usage significantly. So for the background, as you can see, in the past, we burned all of our waste. And it was not environmentally friendly. It was not acceptable globally. So concerns were raised both at national level and then also from AMP. We were advised that we should do better as a country. So we're either burning the waste or we're burying them. And we're not using the WHO standards to bury. Over 3 million nets have been distributed throughout the country in the 98 health districts that I talked about during the last ITN distribution. So we had 2 different strategies, hybrid, and then we have fixed site and or mobile teams. So for Monserrado County is the capital. In Monserrado, we have both urban districts and rural districts. So the hybrid strategy was used in rural Monserrado, where we took the nets door to door. And then for the fixed sites and the mobile teams, they were used in the other 14 counties and the urban areas in Monserrado County. In line with our campaign strategy, we're giving plastic, we took out all of the plastic wraps from the ITNs and gave them to the beneficiaries. And we had these things pre-positioned at our distribution sites. So we had individual packs of 80 pieces of bundle. We bundled them into bales. And then we had like bag straps. So we separated them into bag straps and plastic. And they were transported daily from the distribution sites to the district health teams, and then subsequently at the county health team level. You will see later on in our presentation that we contacted a company called Duraplax. Duraplax was responsible to collect all of the waste from the 15 counties to Monrovia or to Monserrado County, where they were finally recycled. At the end of our distribution phase, we were able to generate over 75,000 kilograms of waste. So from the beginning, the team was able to contact several recycling companies, including Abandoned Ring, Evergreen, etc. And most of them, almost all of them were not accepted because they did not show adequate capacity to manage our waste until we came in contact with Duraplast. Duraplast is a local company that is involved in the production of industrial materials using virgin and recycled plastic. So they were contacted, and then a letter of non-objection was sent to Global Fund to single source them, and then a scope of procedures were developed, and a final product of electrical conduit was agreed upon. So the pictorial over there, you see that at Duraplax there was weighing of the segregated waste. The other photo showed the volume of uncrushed G2 bags pre and post transportation. So the ones in the blue that before at the district health team, and then on this side, on my left, is at the company site. So during the campaign planning, as my colleague Alade explained, we did not think about recycling initially. We thought that we would incinerate our waste. Unfortunately, the Liberia Medical and Health Regulatory Authority did not meet up with, the side of the bargain, because they said, we do have incinerators, so you just do a minimum budget that will help us to incinerate the waste. But later on during the campaign process, we realized that they did not have the capacity, as Alade explained. Then we had to redo a supplementary budget to be able to contact Duraplas because they were going to collect the waste from all of the county health teams, transport them to Monserrado to recycle them. And then the budget was then shared with Global Fund, and Global Fund gave an approval, and then the gaps were subsequently filled by Global Fund. So Plan International during the last campaign was the principal recipient of the grant. So they were, at the end of the day, they concluded all of the arrangements with Duraplas. I have a video down here. You can help me to, like the first one. I don't know how to. So it will show you the plastic that were being crushed at Duraplas. Okay. So if you see, can you play it for me? The first video will show you how they were crushed into little pellets. So he's actually playing the second video that's showing you the crushed materials. There's a whole process that we went through. Okay, so that's the first one. So when the waste came at the manufacturing site, they were placed in these machines, and then they were crushed. So you see the entire process that went on. They were crushed, and then they were turned into the pellets there. And then once they had it ready, the final product was the electrical conduits, as you can see on the far lower right-hand corner. Next slide, please, because I can go now. Okay. So what did we achieve as a country? I think the coordination was really good. I took on my role in the middle of the campaign, but when I took on the role, the first thing I saw were all the coordination meetings, all the partners and malaria control chair all of these meetings, but the coordinator, we coordinated very well with all of the actors. We were able to remove the waste from the community. That was a really good thing. In the past, we left everything. I know in my previous role as a county health officer, we had a lot of issues with waste, and then the community dwellers were threatening to either burn down the warehouse. County health teams should remove the waste, but this time around, it was handled very well. We did not have any issues with the community concerning the management of waste. And all of these plastic waste were successfully recycled into household materials, which is the electrical conduits. And the fact that we were able to find a local company with the capacity to recycle these ITM plastic waste was a plus for the country. Yes, we did have a lot of challenges, like limited budget allocation. So that's why it's important to have a really good macro plan and decide what you want to do from the inception, instead of stopping in the middle of the campaign to re-strategize, and then you have all of these issues if you don't plan from the beginning. We did have delay in procurement or engagement of the recycling company because, like we said, we had incineration in mind from the beginning because we wanted to incinerate the waste. And then we did not have a waste management expert at our program. And from the beginning, we were not advised until later on we got support, and then we were advised adequately. So we want to recommend that waste management should be planned and adequately budgeted for, like I stated. Waste management experts should be engaged. doing the planning process of the campaign with SOPs to ensure smooth operations. We want to be able to engage recycling companies or partners for future campaign now. And waste management must be considered as a part of the supply chain, and it should be prioritized with reverse logistics. So we want to say thank you to everyone, especially international public health advisors. Jessica went to Liberia and she worked hard with the team, and she helped the team greatly to identify the recycling company for us, and that's a really good thing. We want to say thank you. Crispin Williams said I should say thank you to you. So thank you, everyone. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yatta, for the presentation. I think because we started late, so we would have just 10 minutes for questions and discussion, and then we can go out for our tea break. So we come back on time for the next presentations. Yeah, oh, okay. Jessica?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for both of your presentations. I have a question for Sierra Leone. I'm curious to know what you would do different in the next campaign.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier les différents présentateurs et me réjouir de cette réflexion qui se mène actuellement. Mais je pense qu'au-delà des pistes qui sont en train d'être soulevées, il faudrait qu'on pense également en amont à comment réduire la production de ces déchets en faisant la promotion des emballages biodégradables. Ça, c'est une piste qu'il faudra qu'on explore avec les fabricants. Ma deuxième préoccupation, c'est comment, de façon générale, on peut faire la promotion des solutions innovantes, surtout en associant les entreprises et aussi les autres secteurs, notamment les ministères de l'industrie, du commerce et du cadre de vie, dans la réflexion générale. Parce qu'il n'y a pas que les sachets plastiques, les moustiquaires en fin de vie également constituent aujourd'hui un grand problème pour nos pays. Après 3 ans, qu'est-ce qu'on fait des moustiquaires qui sont dégelés, qui ne peuvent plus être utilisés, qui ne peuvent plus être réparés, qui traînent dans les communautés et jonchent toutes les rues? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Francis Nyagaka from Kenya. I represent an organization known as Kenya Environment and Waste Management Association, as well we are accredited to UNEP as environmental observers. My question is very simple. You have talked about blast waste collection from communities and recycling. In Sierra Leone, is it only that it's only plastic that can be recycled? If not, glass waste, we have also glass waste. It also contributes to mosquitoes multiplying around here. So what's happening with the glass waste? We have done away with plastic. As in Kenya, if you are found with a plastic, something plastic, you'll be arrested in Kenya. So you in Sierra Leone, what's next for glass waste? As I speak, I'm working on the innovation on how to recycle glass waste in Kenya into economical use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Godwin?
Yeah, first let me appreciate both countries for great job done on waste management. It shows there's a a bright future for recycling in Africa. I have two questions, one for the Sierra Leonean team. I would like you to throw some more light on the transport and storage of the waste between the distribution point and the final uptake point. What kind of costing was involved? Who funded it? And how did the process go? Then for Liberia, I would like to know at what point was the sorting of the waste carried out? Was it at the distribution point level? Was it at the final aggregation point level? Because I observed that there was some sorting done before the crushing was carried out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the last question.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I have to say congratulations to both countries for the presentation and for the work well done in terms of waste management. So my question is very much aligned with what Jessica said. What would you be different for the next? And this goes for both countries, considering one, funding limitations, two, the recycling companies involved in this process are getting the plastic waste as raw material and they are producing something that they are going to sell. So what would you be do different in terms of also considering that, you know, budget limitations and all that? Over.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I think we'll start with Sierra Leone. You can use your table mic and respond from there.
Yeah, so maybe I start with what we do different in the next campaign. You know, what we decide to do as a program or as a country is to make sure that during the next campaign, we now have to negotiate ahead of time with the company, the Premier Environment Solutions, and then also making sure that the waste that is generated at the head facility are brought at the district, not to bring them at the city headquarters town. So we want to do the crushing at district level, that every district should now have a crushing machine to help us, to help us in the transportation, than taking the waste direct from the district to the headquarters, to the city center for crushing. So that's what we want to do different, and we want to make sure that every waste is not left at the distribution point. We'll do all we could as a program to make sure that all waste are collected, nothing is left. And then for Kenya, man from Kenya, we are not only looking at plastic waste. We have the Premier Environment Solution is basically stays as a city center, collecting other waste, recycling them into doing different things with it. So it's not only the plastic, they are collecting other waste also. And then for the transportation, who funded? It is Global Fund that funded the waste management budgets for the campaign. So for the we transported the waste from the distribution point to the district headquarters town, using the national monitors, the district supervisors, and then also other stakeholders within the Ministry of Health that will now go to the districts for supervision. We use that opportunity, visiting the facilities for supervision, collect those waste using their own vehicles, bring those waste to the district headquarters town. And then from the district headquarters town, From what we did in our budgets was to make sure that those wastes that have been gathered at the district headquarters town, we now go to the consolidation point. That is the regional districts that was shown on the map. That is where the crushing took place, and then from there, it's now transported to the city, for example, for recycling, turning them into bricks.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I think one of the questions that was asked was considering the situation we are in as a nation, funding constraints, especially even with donor funds, how would you as a program and as a country support the process of waste management? Oh. Thank you. So, considering funding constraints, I think that was the highlight of the partners meeting. So as a country and as a program, how would you support or how would you take on waste management with little to no resources from donor?
Let me respond. As a program, I'm Sister Wani, I'm the Deputy Program Manager for Malaria Control in Sierra Leone. So now from the experience that we now know that we are going to have limited funds, we have decentralization of funds in our country, and we are going to make sure that we work with the district councils at in the 16 districts to ensure that they factor it in their annual budget plans, and also to make sure that during the implementation, we work together, because before we start implementation, we have stakeholders meeting, we plan ahead of time to ensure that whatever we are going to implement, we have it documented, and the responsible person and the timeline. So as we are envisaging our budget limitations, we are going to make sure that we work with the district councils in all the 16 districts so that they can factor it in their annual plans, so that they can support us in terms of waste management in the near future. Okay. Thank you. Over.
All right, thank you. I think she deserves a round of applause for that.
Yeah.
So we can go over to Liberia.
So for Liberia, we had 2 questions. The first one was, at what point was the sorting of the waste carried out? So at the distribution site, the service provider and the district health teams worked together and sorted the waste in 50 pieces of 50. So the plastic bags were tied in 50 pieces, the stripes in 50, and they were made into bales. So at that point, it was sorted out before taken to the county health team and then later to the manufacturer. The second one, what will we do differently? So as we stated in our recommendation, we intend to start the planning from the inception. So we will get a waste management consultant from the beginning of our planning now. We will identify a recycling company, and like I think Sanders stated, the manufacturers tend to benefit more. The fact that they are turning this into an electrical conduit, we will negotiate with them and say, this is a win-win for you. So is it possible to reduce the amount of money that you charge in the government, for this, because at the end of the day, they will win. So we'll negotiate. And the fact that we have a consultant, the consultant will guide us and help us in this negotiation process. Thank you. Alade, you want to add anything?
Okay, thank you, Dad. Like Doug said, we are going to begin an early planning. And like I said, one of the problems we had during the last campaign was we did not look at recycling. We were looking at the LMHRA, which is also a government entity to assist with the incineration of the plastic. Now that we have established that we have recycling company in the country, we are going to do what we talk the public-private engagement. We're going to have not only the program, and fortunately for us, my boss, we are at the the middle of establishing the End Malaria Council, which will involve the national, which is public and private stakeholders. So they will also get involved in this whole idea of waste management, where we will let them know that we are facing budget constraints from the donors. And like the team, one thing I took from this meeting is use less to do more. So we are going to work with the private sector also and see how we can reduce the cost of the recycling or the waste management. Thank you.
So if I can, I think it's easy to look back and say, why did you work with this company? Why did you give it for free? Were they charged? We were reacting to a situation. Let's not forget the Global Fund had processes, and sometimes those processes can actually cost more money. So it delights me to hear Sierra Leone and Liberia say they're going to plan and integrate this, and I hope other countries will take that lesson as well, because if you're not planning during the time of procurement to understand what it is you're going to end up with, you're going to end up being reactive, and it's going to delay you just like it delayed a number of different countries. So it's really warms my heart to hear that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Sierra Leone team and Liberia team. And I think there was a question on what we do with our ITNs, probably when they're torn or old. There will be a session after our coffee break on ITN repurposing and for end-of-life nets. So I think those questions will be answered during the session. So I think at this point we can all go out and have a 15 minutes coffee break, and then we'll be back for the next sessions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everybody who have come back on time. We'll just assume the others will straggle in slowly and join us, okay? But we'll get started. So this next section of this morning's session is about IT and care, repair, and repurposing. So we're going to hear two presentations, one from Zambia and then one from Madagascar. We were planning to do some group work with you guys, but unfortunately we don't have enough time. So we are, the third part of our presentation, which I will lead, is more about just Menti, okay? There'll be a lot of Menti questions. So you will need to have your phones ready, okay? Or your laptops. But also I realize we're running very behind, and we've got some very exciting third part of a presentation on end-of-life nets. And so I don't want to take too much time from them. So what we are going to do in this session, we're going to try and cut it as much as possible, okay? And predominantly in the section that I'm going to lead. So you will have to forgive me, because I'm going to be flying on the go, as I say, and just deciding perhaps just to cut some slides as I'm going along, all right? But to begin, I would like to introduce Pauline Wamulume. So Pauline is the SBC focal person at the National Malaria Program in Zambia. Unfortunately, she could not make it with us today, but she has, luckily for us, she had made herself available to present virtually. So Pauline, over to you.
Thank you very much, Miko, and good morning, colleagues, those that have joined us virtually, as well as those that are in Nairobi physically. It's a great honor to share some experiences from Zambia with regards to IT and care, repair, and repurposing. Next slide, please. So we felt that we needed to share a little bit of context with the mass campaign. Zambia, as you know, is a malaria endemic country, and the national parasite prevalence by microscopy was 14% among children under 5 years of age, and this is according to the 2024 Malaria Indicator Survey. ITN is the primary vector control intervention in Zambia, and we recently conducted a nationwide mass campaign in between October 2023 and February 2024. And Zambia usually conducts mass campaigns every 3 years. The largest ever campaign that we conducted was the one that I've referred to, where we targeted 21 million people with about 11.6 million nets distributed countrywide. And just to share with you that some of our major partners that contributed in terms of the mass campaign included the US President's Malaria Initiative, the Global Fund, and Against Malaria Foundation. Next, please. So we were guided by an ITN plan that was developed, and contained in the plan, we developed specific goals. And I will take you through the 2023 ITN campaign objectives and the goal, which were: one, to achieve 100% coverage of the population at risk of malaria who are not being covered by IRS or were not being covered by IRS at that time. And then also achieve at least 95% utilization of the ITNs in the households that benefited from the campaign. In terms of social and behavior change, the focus was on ensuring that 100% of beneficiaries receive information on how to use and care for their nets throughout the year. And also to ensure that at least 80% of the beneficiaries use and care for their nets properly throughout the year, from the 64% which was achieved in 2018. Next, please. We will, as Miko had mentioned, we will skip this part, I think. Thank you. So in terms of planning for the specific activities for ITN care, repair, and repurposing, we based our plans on various research activities that have been conducted in the country, both by the program as well as partners that are operating in Zambia. And we just felt that we share some of these research activities or reports. And so in terms of the ITN campaign, we, as an SBC team group, we looked at the following research activities: the Global Fund assessment of malaria in pregnancy prevention, interventions in Zambia. Then we also had the PMI Vector Link ITN misuse assessment report, which was conducted in 2022. We also have our partners that conduct annual CAP surveys in border districts. So we had the pleasure of also utilizing the findings from the Isdale Flowers Cross-Border Malaria Initiative CAP survey report, and of course the Malaria Indicator Survey for 2021. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why focus on net care, repair, and repurposing? The reasons are not exhaustive, but these are the major ones. And so the 2023-24 durability study showed that ITNs are no longer lasting for the 3 years that we have, become accustomed to, and also household visits by the community-based volunteers reviewed that the tier and wear of ITNs was on the increase due to the structural and unsuitable conditions, and also inactive and old nets being disposed inappropriately. And most importantly, the fact that there's no policy or guidelines, national guidelines or policy on disposal of old nets. We as a program are actually in the process of developing the guidelines on disposal of the old nets. But as things stand now, we do not have those guidelines. And of course, we made use of the RBM consensus statements, which states that assuming that households have enough early lines to sleep under, both beneficial and neutral repurposing of inactive nets is acceptable. So these are the reasons that led, the SBC component of the program to begin to focus on net care, repair, and repurposing, and we've showed some of the documents just for your appreciation. Next, please. We continue with the reasons why we focused on net care and repair. The net durability study that I referred to earlier also revealed that exposure to SBC net care messages, positive attitudes towards nets, and positive net care and repair attitudes have shown to be determinants associated with increased ITN survival. And so this was actually a driving force for us to begin to develop messages around net care and repair. And we have shown some examples of the job aids that we provided to our community change agents, as well as other community-based volunteers, on how to take care of your nets. This was part of the package for supporting the mass campaign. And in addition to the job aid, we also developed the frequently asked questions. And in there, we had a question on how to repair or take care of your net, and provided under that question were some key messages and steps in terms of how to care for the net. Next slide. Next, please. Yes. So again, over the years, we have experienced some challenges, or we have noted some challenges as a program with regards to repurposing. This is something that we've talked about it unofficially with our officers on the ground. And so some of the challenges include the following, that if we begin to talk about repurposing without being very clear in terms of what the communities should do with their old or inactive nets, this may actually promote the abuse of the new nets, because we are not, we are thin on the ground, and therefore ensuring that the communities are doing the right thing would be a bit of a challenge, which may lead to abuse of the new nets. And then, as earlier alluded to, the lack of clear national guidelines on correct disposal of worn-out nets is also another challenge in terms of repurposing. Misuse of nets in the name of repurposing, again, it relates to the first bullet, and also not having clear messages given to communities for fear of misunderstanding. So these are some of the challenges. In terms of I just wanted to go over the next, yes, this slide. So in terms of the approach for the main campaign, we developed a social and behavior change plan of action for the 2023 mass campaign, and we had a strategic approach in terms of how to disseminate information. So we had a set of messages for each level: at household registration level, distribution of ITNs, post-distribution, and also some activities for continuous SBC to enhance the utilization throughout the life cycle of the net. Next, please. We just wanted to share with you some key activities that we feel could have, made the mass campaign a success. So we had, first and foremost, we had to design materials in form of a workshop, a development workshop. And of course, we did the pre-testing and the whole range of material development. And then, of course, the community engagement, mass media, the national television launch, and so on, other interpersonal communication activities at health facility and household levels were part of the package of activities that we conducted before, during, and after the mass campaign. Next slide, please. This is a summary framework for the mass campaign approach. As you know, we have the level where we need to identify and address barriers or behaviors related to participation in the distribution. So at LLIN acquisition, we had a specific package to encourage people to participate and ensure that they actually, make an effort to get the net, acquire that net, so that they are protected. And then, of course, we also had a point where we had to ensure that we address the behaviors related to correct and consistent use throughout the year, regardless of the season. The LLIN care was also an important component of the entire approach, addressing behaviors around protecting the LLIN from harm, washing, as well as ensuring that there are messages on repair. And of course, the end of life net, where we are considering behaviors around the use of the net as screens, curtains, or to repair other nets, using the old net as patches to repair a new net in case a new net gets torn or is damaged. Almost winding up, some lessons learned, very few. The involvement of key players enhanced the optimal supervision of SBC activities. Engagement of political and traditional leaders improved acceptance of LLINs. The community interactions with key people also revealed that rumors and suspected rejection of ITNs had been exaggerated. So we had a deliberate, program or activity where we interacted with community members just to find out whether what we were getting as rumors was actually true. And the findings were that these rumors were actually exaggerated. Next slide, please. Again, in terms of the lessons learned, the use of community radio stations as opposed to the mainstream radio stations, improved community participation in the campaign. You do appreciate that community radio stations are positioned or located in the community, right in the community. So the use of these community radio stations contributed to the success because they use the language that people understand within those communities. Lastly, the door-to-door visits by community-based volunteers provided an opportunity for household members to be assisted with hanging of nets, as well as the dissemination of key messages on net use, care, and repair. Next slide. I think that marks the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Over to you, Miko.
Pauline. Thank you so much for making yourself available for this presentation. It was very interesting, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed it. If you would like, if you could stay on the line for just, another 30 minutes, that would be fantastic, because in case anyone has any burning questions for you. If you're not available, then I'm sure Katie will gladly respond on your behalf. The next presentation is in French. So if you want to put your, what do you call them? That. Thingamajiggy. That would be great. Donc la prochaine présentation est en français. Et j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter Joelson Rakotoson. C'est ça, j'ai bien dit? Yeah. Il est de la lutte antivectorielle au sein du PNLP à Madagascar. À toi. Tu préfères ici ou...
Merci beaucoup, Miko, pour la parole. Je suis Joelson Rakutson, de la lutte antivectorielle du PNLP Madagascar. Donc, je suis très ravi d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui pour parler des gestions de moustiquaires imprégnés d'insecticides en fin de vie. On va surtout parler par rapport à l'entretien et puis la réparation, les déchets, ainsi que les messages qu'on véhicule tout le temps pendant la distribution et après. Donc, sans plus tarder, la présentation se divise structurée en trois parties. Donc, en premier lieu, on va voir ce que Madagascar a actuellement, par exemple, par rapport aux directives ou politiques nationales, ainsi que les priorités du PNLP par rapport à l'entretien des moustiquaires, ainsi que les messages clés qu'on doit toujours véhiculer le long de l'année. À part ça, en deuxième lieu, donc, on va voir les constats sur la réutilisation des moustiquaires en fin de vie. Et puis, on va voir les défis avec lesquels le pays a confronté depuis. Et enfin, donc, pour la deuxième partie, nous allons voir les réactions de la ministère de la PNLP face aux mésusages des MID. Et enfin, pour la deuxième partie, on va parler un peu des systèmes de communication que nous avons fait pendant la distribution communautaire à base communautaire des moustiquaires, c'est-à-dire pour la DCC. Donc, sans plus tarder, parlons un peu ce qu'on entend par les directives qui a été mise actuellement à Madagascar. Malheureusement, on n'a pas encore des politiques claires, des directives nationales par rapport à la réutilisation des MAI en fin de vie, mais seulement donc nous avons fait des sensibilisations de la population et une sorte de communication a été élaborée et distribuée au niveau national. Il y avait une instruction permanente et note émise par le ministère de la Santé à travers le programme national de lutte contre le paludisme et le ministère de la Pêche et de l'économie bleue pour le mésusage des moustiquaires. Donc, pour le PNLP font des partages et faire des confections des guides pour les agents communautaires pour que les gens utilisent bien les moustiquaires en fin de vie. Et la transmission des messages seront donc véhiculés pendant la campagne de masse, surtout pendant la formation pour les gens communautaires. Comme j'ai énoncé tout à l'heure, pourquoi l'entretien est-il important pour le PNLP? L'entretien est vraiment primordial pour Madagascar actuellement, puisque déjà la distribution de MAI est un des grands piliers de la lutte antivectorielle. Donc il faut bien faire l'entretien, parce que l'entretien des moustiquaires permet donc de fournir une barrière efficace physique entre le vecteur et l'homme. À part ça, si le moustiquaire est bien entretenu, ça peut assurer l'efficacité résiduelle des insecticides à l'intérieur des moustiquaires durant les 3 années. Et il y a aussi la protection durable au sein de la population pour chaque ménage si ils ont bien entretenu les moustiquaires. Donc il y a un slogan qu'on a fait actuellement, que la distribution et l'utilisation de chaque adéquate de MAI peuvent permettre de protéger efficacement chaque foyer le plus longtemps possible. Quels sont donc les messages clés que nous avons utilisés pour l'entretien des MAI en mode continu? Donc, c'est d'utiliser toujours le MAI chaque nuit et toute l'année. Donc, il faut prendre soin de ces MAI. Donc, il faut bien étaler les 4 côtés et bien pendre. Ensuite, bien insérer au-dessus du matelas pendant la nuit. Et puis, pendant la journée, il faut bien ranger au-dessus du lit. Et pour le lavage, il ne faut pas utiliser des savons poudre chimiques, mais laver avec des savons ordinaires, donc, et frotter légèrement pour ne pas abîmer rapidement les moustiquaires. Et puis sécher dans de l'ombre et dans un endroit où il n'y a pas d'objets tranchants qui peut détruire la moustiquaire. Et puis réparer les moustiquaires en cas de trou. Coudre les MAI déchirés pour éviter la pénétration des moustiques. Dormir sous MAI chaque nuit et pendant toute l'année. Ne jamais utiliser le MAI à fin de vie pour préserver l'environnement. Et continuer toujours à utiliser les moustiquaires pour se protéger du paludisme, même s'il est en fin de vie, lorsque vous n'avez pas suffisamment de moustiquaires imprégnées d'insecticides chez vous. Si c'est ça les messages clés qui ont été véhiculés tous les jours pendant la distribution continue à base communautaire, voyons maintenant les constats, les pratiques de la population par rapport à l'utilisation des moustiquaires en fin de vie. Comme vous voyez, jusque-là, on ne voit pas des bonnes pratiques, hein, mais l'utilisation d'autres fins comme filet, ils utilisent comme filet de pêche pour cueillir donc les poissons, ou même en eau douce, dans les eaux marines. Il y a la fabrication des cordes, la confection des rideaux à la maison, la fabrication des rideaux pour protéger l'agriculture. Donc tout ça, c'est l'utilisation actuelle. Et quels sont les défis par rapport à la réutilisation des MAI en fin de vie? Donc tout d'abord, un grand problème se pose actuellement parce qu'il y a la déviation des messages par les bénéficiaires par rapport à la réutilisation des MAI. Par exemple, l'utilisation des MAI anciens à la place de MAI nouvellement distribués. Par exemple, si on dit qu'il faut faire des rideaux avec les anciens moustiquaires imprégnés d'insecticides, ils utilisent la nouvelle MAI distribuée pour la confection de ces rideaux-là. Et la deuxième le deuxième grand défi, c'est surtout l'absence de guide pratique efficace sur la réutilisation des MAI de fin de vie, comme notre collègue de Zambie a parlé tout à l'heure. Et face à cela, quelles sont alors les réactions du ministère de la Santé ainsi que les partenaires contre ces mésusages par rapport à l'utilisation des MAI en fin de vie? Donc, d'abord, il y a une création des comités de suivi des mésusages des moustiquaires de fin de vie au sein du ministère. Donc, ils font des réunions hebdomadaires en ligne et présentielles avec la participation des autres ministères, puisque déjà on ne peut pas faire seulement la lutte avec un seul ministère, mais devront recourir avec l'autre ministère. Et nous avons intégré aussi les autres ministères comme le ministère de l'Agriculture, de l'Élevage et de la Pêche, avec le ministère de la Santé, pour prendre donc une grande partie sur la gestion et l'interdiction de l'utilisation des MAI à d'autres fins. Et donc, pour cela, on avait des collaborations intersectorielles et entre ces ministères-là. Et au niveau des régions et districts, ils ont fait des, je dirais, des arrêtés préfectoraux, c'est-à-dire au niveau des régions, il y a des arrêtés qui interdisent toute autre forme d'utilisation des MAI à d'autres fins. C'est pareil aussi au niveau de la commune, et aussi au niveau de chaque niveau un peu plus bas, qui est le Fuktan, on appelle le Fuktan à Madagascar, les hameaux. Donc, il y a une création de certains DIN qui est une sorte de sanction pour les gens qu'on attrape à faire des mauvaises utilisations des moustiquaires dans leur village. Et pour terminer, je vais vous parler un peu des systèmes de communication par rapport à la distribution communautaire des MID ou la DCC. Donc, il y a 5 systèmes. Tout d'abord, il y a la diffusion des spots radio qui a été déclinée en dialecte local pour expliquer et sensibiliser les auditeurs par rapport à l'entretien et l'utilisation régulière des MAI. À part ça, il y a la diffusion des SMS tout le temps. Ces SMS sont envoyés directement aux acteurs de la distribution des MAI à base communautaire sur les acteurs directs, c'est-à-dire on les appelle comme l'AI, et pour les grands publics lors de la journée mondiale de la lutte contre le paludisme, par exemple. On envoie aussi les messages là où il y a des informations et l'activité, où explique l'activité de la distribution communautaire à l'intérieur de la campagne même. Et à part ça, il y avait une production et distribution des supports de communication comme les affiches, les jobeds, guides mobilisateurs, afin de sensibiliser tous les niveaux de la communauté. Et ces supports ont été distribués durant la campagne de distribution. Et il y a aussi comme la communication interpersonnelle au niveau communautaire, il y a le VAD, c'est-à-dire faire des visites à domicile porte à porte, et explique l'utilisation des moustiquaires, et il regarde in visu donc l'utilisation de chaque ménage. Ça, c'est fait par les agents mobilisateurs, mais les distributeurs aussi, pendant la campagne, là, ils ont transmis les messages sur l'utilisation correcte des MAI. Et pendant cette distribution, donc, ils ont toujours renforcé les messages sur l'utilisation correcte des MAI. Et enfin, il y a la communication interpersonnelle au niveau des écoles, là où il y a l'approche enfant-communauté, c'est-à-dire que les enseignants cherchent des informations à partir de son élève, et ce qui permet d'avoir donc de savoir si les élèves dorment déjà sous MAI ou non. Et si jamais donc il y a une lacune par rapport à l'obtention des moustiquaires, ils ont distribué au niveau des écoles. Et le maître des écoles là, explique pour les élèves donc les cours concernant le paludisme ainsi que les transmissions. Donc, à peu près, voilà une présentation brève par rapport à la gestion des MAI et l'entretien et la réutilisation. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Joelson. Peut-être on peut prendre 10 minutes pour des questions, et puis par rapport à ça, Sorry. Oh, it's okay. Mais par rapport à ça, je vais voir comment je vais gérer ma présentation. Donc, si vous avez des questions. Yes. One.
Thank you both to the presentations for Zambia and Madagascar. A question to both programs. The presentations refer to the creation or the development of or production of SPC materials. I'm just wondering specifically to the materials, if any of those materials included the printing of SPC materials with the intention of leaving that SPC material with the household.
Merci beaucoup. Je remercie le présentateur. Ma question rejoint les préoccupations que j'avais eues le matin. Si nous sommes d'accord qu'il faut de plus en plus aller vers l'approche une seule santé, je pense qu'il faudra ouvrir la réflexion à tous les secteurs pour voir déjà en amont comment on se prépare à anticiper sur les questions de la gestion des déchets liés aux moustiquaires, parce que oui, ces solutions alternatives qui sont parcellaires sont observées au niveau des pays, mais ne sont pas efficaces et constituent aujourd'hui un grand problème, surtout quand on sait que notre devise, c'est de ne pas nuire. Si les moustiquaires qui sont efficaces, on ne débat pas de l'utilité, de l'importance des moustiquaires, mais comment on fait pour que ces produits qui sont utiles ne deviennent pas un problème environnemental pour les sociétés. Et à mon sens, il faudrait que la réflexion soit vraiment élargie et qui remette en cause toute la stratégie de distribution des moustiquaires imprégnés, de leur emballage jusqu'à leur fin de vie, pour voir comment on implique davantage les start-up, surtout les ministères chargés des industries, des commerces et consorts, pour que des solutions efficaces soient vraiment proposées et intégrées aux stratégies de campagne de distribution des moustiquaires. Merci.
D'autres questions?
Thank you very much, Zambia team and Madagascar, for this exciting guidance, especially on care, repair, and repurposing. Repurposing is my best area of interest, and this is made from Uganda. From the experience in both two countries, we need to clearly document a line between repurposing and disposal to a comprehensive understand to be understood very well by the communities. What's the difference? Because it is, some of these things confuse people at a lower levels in terms of interpretation. So having said that, we know that our materials, especially mosquito nets, our fear majorly is on the chemical going in the environment. Because we have been managing our old clothes materials. How have we been managing them at the communities? This is a local problem, the local solution. How Ugandans manage their old clothes, completely different from, let me say, Madagascar. On the same perspective, when you are engaging people in your communities, use local approaches. How are you using the old nets? How are you using the old clothes? It will bring meaning in terms of promoting repurposing, disposal, and care. You are not going to promote net care, repair in areas or communities where people don't repair their clothes. So we need to localize some of these guidances to use the local experiences to uptake the messages clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Anita, go.
Anita from Sierra Leone. I just want to say thank you to the presenters. My question goes to Madagascar. I think in his Madagascar, in your presentation, you mentioned that end-of-life net, meaning the efficacy of the net is gone. For my literal meaning that I know. End-of-life, we say encourage people to use the end-of-life net. I don't know why. Maybe you can explain to us, because as long as the efficacy is gone, there is no more insecticide, I think. And the essence of sleeping inside the mosquito net is for you to protect from mosquito bites that gives malaria. So why do we still encourage people to use the end-of-life nets in our communities in Madagascar? Over.
Okay, we'll take one last question. And there isn't one. Woohoo! There is one. Oh, okay. Last question.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the presenters, Matt and Zambia. So my question is related to the budget funding. We all know that SBC activities are the ones that almost, the appetite is always high to cut whenever we are facing problems with the funding. Now that we are facing a situation where the funding is very limited and the SBC is still there. So what do you think in terms of the timing for implementation of all these activities? There are more now. Now we are talking about something else like repurposing, repairing, all these things. So in terms of approaching your plans and the budget, any thoughts builded from the lessons learned in previous planning to accomplish the activities on the SPC during the campaign? Over.
Okay. All right. So maybe Pauline, are you still online?
Yes, Miko, I'm still online.
Yes. Okay. Do you want to have a crack at those questions? Over to you.
Sure. Katie is also is also part of the team, so she'll be able to pick up one or two. But I wanted to start with a question on printing of SBC and whether the program had print materials for the households. From the Zambian experience, we did not print materials for households for the simple reason that we had to prioritize. Printing can be very expensive, and if you have to print for households, we are talking about reaching millions of people across, depending on the type of material you want to print, whether it's posters, flyers, and so on. So we didn't go that route, mainly because of the resource envelope, financial situation. However, we did print materials for the community-based volunteers in form of job aids. So the job aids that I referred to in my presentation were meant for the community-based volunteers as a guide for them to disseminate information to the households. I hope I've addressed that question adequately. The same goes to the question and answer document that the Q&A that we developed. Again, this particular material was meant for the gatekeepers, the traditional leaders, and other influential people, the media, so that, you know, all those questions that people have were provided with answers. So that's on the print materials. In terms of the budget, I'll leave the question asked by Uganda on differentiating between disposal or documenting the difference between disposal and repurposing to Katie. I'll talk about the budget, the issue that has been raised on the budget. I think you are right that the SBC component of all programs across, the budget is limited, and you're right. When you get into a situation where you have to cut budgets, it's always the SBC budget that falls victim. And so in the sphere where we are promoting or coming up with other innovations on net care and repair in the context of this constrained budget, for us, what we have seen to work, even with little resources, is to prioritize high impact SBC interventions. That's one. And we can't do everything. So with the little money that we have, you prioritize, look at other interventions such as interpersonal communication, which does not, it may be expensive, but it's not as expensive as printing, for instance. Also integrating net care repair messages as you are doing other activities, I think is also another way of addressing this issue of the inadequate funding for SPC. I'll end there. I hope I've answered most of the questions. Over to you, Katie, if you want to comment on the question.
Thank you so much, Pauline. It's Miko and not Katie. So I just had a word with Katie because in response to Medar's question, actually, so I'm going to talk a little bit about it later, so then we can have a good conversation about it. Over to, à toi.
Merci beaucoup pour la question posée par l'équipe de Sierra Leone. En fait, je vais répondre par rapport à la préférence des gens pour les anciens moustiquaires, les MAI en fin de vie. En fait, c'est pas dans tout Madagascar, hein, mais dans certains villages seulement qu'on avait constaté que ils utilisent les anciens MAI à la place des MAI nouvelles. Pourquoi? Parce que déjà, ils préfèrent garder les MAI nouvelles pour accueillir la famille à la maison si jamais il y a de la visite comme ça. Comme ça, c'est du nouveau MAI et c'est une sorte de, je dirais, comment ça, c'est comme si ils accueillent comment dirais-je, en beauté la famille, quoi. Ils offrent le meilleur matériel chez eux pour accueillir la famille. Mais
ils préfèrent les garder, les ranger d'abord avant qu'il y ait des familles qui viennent les visiter. C'est juste la raison.
Merci. Thank you, Pauline, and thank you, Joelson. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go through a series of Menti questions, mainly, okay? I will be talking a little bit because I can't help myself, okay? But there will be mainly Menti questions. Now, I don't want you guys to miss out on lunch, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to break down this session as I go along, okay? So I'm just going to be forgetting some slides as I go along. So bear with me if I seem a little bit lost, because I probably will be, okay? But I'm going to give myself 15 minutes maximum. So Paul, if you can please let me know when I've got 5 minutes left and 2 minutes left and when I need to wrap up, okay? All right, well, you're going to be using Menti in this, so there's the Menti code. So if you can just go on to your Menti and get on the code, put in the code, and let me know, or Paul, or Godwin, or Jessica, if you have problems logging on. Okay, so it's www.menti.com. Chris, are you running away just when I get up? You're running away just when I get up. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Okay, is everyone on? Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, I walk around a lot, so you're going to be working very hard in this session. You okay, Katie? Yeah. Is there anyone else who has problems? Please put your hand up. Okay, so I'm assuming everyone is on. Okay, so. Oh. All right, just to make sure that it's all working, I just want to know, before these two presentations, so before the presentation from Zambia and Madagascar, how familiar were you with ITN care and repair strategies? Were you very familiar? Were you somewhat familiar? Or is it something that you had never heard of? Okay. 11, fantastic, okay, good, all right. Okay, so we see that most people were actually very familiar with it, somewhat familiar. One person had never heard of it, that's fine. This is why we're here, okay? So I am going to, like I said, skip a lot of things, all right? I think Zambia said it very well, as did Madagascar. We are finding that nets are not lasting the full 3 years as we want them to do. And so, and net durability studies are showing that. So it is important for us to do our best to try and extend those life of the nets, okay? This is a heavy investment that we are putting. Distributing mosquito nets is not cheap, okay? And with, in a funding situation at the moment, we need to find, as much as possible, efficiencies. So, I'm going to skip that as well. In terms of ITN care and repair, I think we've seen Madagascar explained it, as did Zambia. A lot of it is around how to wash your net, you know, how are you washing it, what products you're using, how are you drying it, and even the washing frequency. We also disseminate messages about how to protect your ITN so that it doesn't get torn, it doesn't get holes, it doesn't get burnt. For example, tying it up during the day when you're not using it, or making sure that it's not next to a cooking fire. And we also talk about repairing the holes and tears before they get too big to manage. Now, of course, these messages should be informed by data. And I was going to trick you with this question, but I'm going to skip it. All right, because a lot of the times we see messages about how often people should be washing their net. And sometimes this can get very complicated, all right? No more than 3 times a year, or no more than 20 times in 4 years. It can get a bit complicated, all right? But an analysis by Tropical Health of 17 studies showed that actually there's no significant relationship between the amount of time that you wash your net and the outcome to the net in terms of its physical integrity, its chemical component, and its bioefficacy, all right? But obviously, we still want the net to last as long as possible. So we will be talking about how to wash your net. Madagascar spoke about not using harsh chemicals, okay? How do you dry your net? Has anyone here ever washed a net in a bucket? I am the only one that's washed a net in my bucket. Thank you, I was going to say. And when you're putting it out to dry, okay, if you're putting it on a bush to dry, that it can snag, it can get torn, okay, so all these things. So what we're saying is that we need to be a bit more efficient. So rather than spending all our time talking about don't wash your net so often, don't wash your net so often, no, we should be focusing more about what you are using to wash your net and how you are drying it, okay? All right, now, how many national malaria programs do we have in the group? Excellent. So this is specifically for you guys, okay? So we're trying to find out, at AMP, it's important for us to know where there are challenges, where there are gaps, and what the national malaria programs need from us, okay? So a lot of these Menti questions are designed for that. So if you could let me know, does your national malaria program have an ITN care and repair strategy, okay, for mass campaigns, specifically for mass campaigns? Now, partners who are not with a national malaria program, but if you are working with a national malaria program and you do know that they do or they don't, please do answer, okay, because that will also help us. Give it 5 seconds. Okay, so we see that, okay, 3 out of 4. Okay, that's fine. Oh, sorry, oops. Can I go back or is it too late? Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Now, does the National Malaria Program have an ITN care and repair strategy for ITNs for continuous distributions? Okay, so either through distributions through ANCs, school-based distribution, community-based distribution, as Madagascar does. Okay. I told you you'd be working hard with me. All right, just 5 seconds. Okay, thank you. Okay. What do you think is the biggest barrier to implementing ITN care and repair strategies and activities in your context? And now we're talking specifically about ITN care and repair, not repurposing. Okay, we're going to be coming up to repurposing in a minute, but specifically to ITN care and repair strategy. So how you wash your net, mending your net, if it's got a hole in it. What are the biggest barriers in your context or in the context that you work in, okay? So even if maybe we don't use mosquito nets in Australia or I don't think you'd be using mosquito nets in London, right? No, okay? But in places that you've worked, do you use one in Baltimore? No, in DC, sorry? No, no. But you've seen plenty in the field, okay? So in those contexts, what are the biggest barriers? Weak SBC, technical knowledge is the biggest barrier, okay? So, attitude of people, strategies, not benefits, please. Okay, adherence to messages. Okay, so in terms of technical knowledge is the biggest barrier. I don't know if somebody who said that wants to mention a little bit. So is that about perhaps the household itself does not know all of these key messages? It was you? Yep.
I mentioned that because most Liberians don't know that you are supposed to, you can wash the net. So the technical know-how to explain this is not there. So the misconception that you cannot wash the net, once you wash it, you will lose the potency has been, a major problem.
Thank you. Yep, and again, unfortunately, when you have weak SBC, then you're not able to overcome this challenge.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Lack of willingness of health provider. Okay. Who mentioned lack of willingness of health provider? See, this is my challenge now because these are really interesting and I want to know more, but I'm trying to make these go faster. So it's very hard. Who mentioned the lack of willingness of health provider? No one? Okay. Well, I'm good. Please come and meet me at lunch and explain to me because I really want to know about that. Okay. Next, what do national malaria programs need to what do you, national malaria programs, need so that you can successfully implement an ITN care and repair strategy? Okay. And again, partners of the national malaria programs, please feel free if you have an opinion. What? I've got 5 minutes left. Can you make it 10? Make it 10. Thanks. Money, yes. Good remember. Clear guidelines. Excellent. Yep. Technical support and guidelines. Yep. Budget and data. A well-developed strategy. Okay. Yep. So maybe this is something that when we are developing, for example, the TA providers, when we are there supporting you in developing an SBC strategy, we should really take into account ITN care and repair and the challenges with ITN care and repair and make sure that this is really focused in the SBC plan of action. All right, thank you. So obviously I will get these later, so I'm going to move on. And just in one or two words,
very quickly, what do you think AMP should prioritize so that national malaria programs can successfully implement an ITN care and repair strategy? What do we at AMP need to prioritize? Just one or two words. And it'll give me time to get some water. It's tough to talk. Rhoda, can you open this for me, please? Clear guidelines document. Yep, a guidance document. Support strategy. Okay, so there's actually something here, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it later. There's actually quite a lot of guidelines, a lot of guidance about ITN care and repair, okay? But maybe we at AMP, we need to be better at facilitating that access to these guidelines. All right, thank you so much. All right, now we're going to talk about ITN repurposing. I'm going to skip this because I'm running out of time. Who here, show of hand, okay, I know you heard it from Pauline, but who has read the consensus statement on the repurposing of ITNs? 3, 4, 5. Just 5? All right, because I'm going to be asking you guys questions. 6? Tell you? Okay, good. All right. So the consensus statement on the repurposing of ITNs, it's a great document. It's a document that I love, okay? And a lot of people actually don't know that it exists. All right, so we at AMP and partners, we need to be better at making sure that national malaria programs are able to access this document. So the document talks a lot about, it has definitions, all right? So it defines what is a good ITN, what is an old ITN, and also what is an inactive ITN, all right? So in one word, a new ITN, you've just received it from a campaign. An old ITN, you've obtained it from an earlier distribution. It could be through an ANC visit, it could be through a school-based distribution, it could also be from a previous campaign. But it is still protecting you from mosquitoes, from mosquito bites. And then there are inactive ITNs. In one sentence, what is an inactive ITN?
Okay. Inactive ITNs. This is a mosquito net that is beyond use for the purpose intended for both as the barrier and also the chemical.
Perfect. Little clap. Come on, little clap. Quick little clap. Very good. We go way back. That's why I'm asking him. So that's right. And one thing that's important to know, though, is that it is actually, at the end of the day, it's the household that determines whether a net is active or inactive, okay? So if you look at the top picture, I don't know how to do the thingy, but it doesn't matter. If you look at the top picture, it's clear that that net is inactive, all right? Those holes are so big. There is no way, I can't even see how you could be able to repair this net. It's bad. If you look at the second net, it's still good, all right? This is still pretty good. But if the household's perception, is that the net is no longer protecting them from mosquitoes because if a chemical has worn out, they can make that decision that it is inactive. Now, that becomes a bit of a catch-22, okay? Because, and we talked about education at the household level, and we talked about using nets that are still good for other purposes. So do we need more education for households to understand what actually is an inactive ITN? The consensus statement also talks about how to repurpose the net, okay? There is beneficial repurposing, there is neutral repurposing, and there is misuse, okay? So for those that have read the consensus statement, okay, can you, in one sentence, tell us what is beneficial repurposing?
It's using the nets still for purposes other than sleeping under, like the windows and other things. So I think that's beneficial.
Yep. So it's the use of an inactive ITN in a way that will still protect you from mosquito bites. So it could be to cover your windows so that mosquitoes cannot come in. There's also neutral repurposing. So you're using an inactive ITN and you're repurposing it, for example, to make ropes, to cover your garden, to protect your seedlings, but it is not causing any sort of environmental damage. Misuse, on the other hand, it's a bit tricky, but misuse is either the use of a good or old net, so a net that is still effective in protecting you from malaria. You're using that net for another purpose other than sleeping under. That is misuse. Or if you have an inactive net and you're using it for fishing, okay, that is misuse. And the reason, so these repurposing, so there's a recommendation there. I will let you go through that yourselves. But the reason, these recommendations are based on evidence, okay? The evidence, for example, that the insecticide are not harmful to us. They're not harmful to mammals when it's, like, for example, growing in the soil, but it is toxic to fishing, to aquatic life. Right, so all these recommendations are based on evidence. And I do encourage you guys to go and read this consensus statement because I'm running out of time and I can't explain it more. Okay? Okay, just skip that. Okay, next question on your Menti. What do you guys think are the critical barriers and challenges? And you've heard some of them in the presentation today, but what are the critical barriers and challenges to implementing ITN repurposing activities? So I'm just going to repeat it, so especially for the French, okay? What are the critical barriers and challenges to implementing ITN repurposing activities? Who said logistics? No? Who said logistics? Come on, don't be shy. There are no wrong answers. Or maybe there are, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're all learning. So there's two questions then. What's budget and what's logistics? Who said budget? Look, somebody is accessing this from overseas. Oh, there's a virtual people. It's AI. Are there people online? I didn't realize. There aren't. Okay, it's AI. All right, okay. All right, so if you're too shy to say it in public, for budget, go and see Marcy later, and for logistics, do come and see me, because I really want to understand. All right. But, okay, definitely, okay, the knowledge gap, I see that is a lot about education, it's a lot about having clear guidelines, that fear of misuse of active ITNs, because Madagascar has had that experience, as has Zambia, so that is very, very understandable. Okay. All right. But now, do you believe that there is a need for ITN repurposing at the household level? Okay, we need to hurry up. I've only got 3 minutes. Yeah, okay, so look, I think it's overwhelmingly yes, there is a need. Okay, fantastic. All right. And just again, quickly, what specific support do you think national malaria programs would need from AMP? Yes. That's okay. And perhaps think also about, and I did mention a need from AMP and partners, and Marcy just reminded me of something. So thinking about the fact that before, yes, there's definitely a need for ITN repurposing at the household level. How would we enforce that? How would we monitor that? How would we ensure that Madagascar, for example, does not have this problem of, we've seen people using those nets for fishing, even though they're telling people, do not use the net for fishing. Godwin, I'm sorry, I'm going to take 5 minutes of your time, but you know what? We take 5 minutes of their lunch, okay? Yeah.
So, Miko, I guess, I think there's a really clear need for repurposing guidance, but I know that there are programs that have concerns that messaging about repurposing may pass a conflicting message about new ITNs. And how do programs see that it's possible to balance ensuring that new nets are used for the purpose of sleeping under and are not repurposed early? And in particular, we're into a situation where we have less options on sizes. People are going to get the net that they get, and we've always said that's fine. But are we getting into a situation now where we have risks because, for example, a net is a color someone doesn't want, or it's a textile someone doesn't want, and then do we have a risk with repurposing messaging that new nets get repurposed if they're not a preference at a household level? And maybe that's a really complex and hard question, which is generally the type I ask. But I'm just kind of pointing out that I think we have maybe a,
it's more
not
complicated.
a conflict, but I think we have some serious consideration, and I think that we can't even necessarily treat a country as everything is the same across 16 districts in Sierra Leone, or across X counties in Liberia, or across X states or LGAs in Nigeria. So, you know, maybe passing that message about repurposing in an urban area, for example, or a peri-urban area might have a higher risk where you get a product you don't prefer, that we see those things being repurposed because of the messages we're passing. Over.
Yeah. No, I think that it is a very hard question and a very complicated one. But actually, Marcy, but that, I'm trying to think quickly now, maybe that is also then, as we are developing those guidelines, to use or to have a contribution of different countries that have had that experience as well.
so that when we develop those guidelines, those operational guidelines, it tries anyway to address those issues. Medard, yes.
Just 1 minute. I'm proposing, yeah, 1 minute. But I think we need to confront the fear message. We are fearing to promote repurposing because fear to misuse the active nets. Let us confront it because we have documented there is a gap on repurposing. Once the people have known the purpose of repurposing, along the way, we shall be fixing the gap on the misuse. So we should not use it as a cover-up, that we should not promote repurposing because nets are misused. We know there is misuse, we have done documentation about it. Then why can't we counteract it and start promoting the repurposing? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Medard. Thank you. Okay, I think it's something that we really need to think about some more, but in the interest of time, we'll move to the next question. Okay, I'm almost ready to wrap up, but just a bit of a, make it a bit light. What kind of repurposing is this? Come on, it should take you like literally 5 seconds, or maybe 10. Get on your Menti. What kind of repurposing is this? Free, neutral, okay, great. There isn't more than 3 people in the room. Beneficial, advantageous, neutral. Okay, misuse, I was waiting for that one. Who said misuse? You did? You said, Fatima? Yes, I knew you would. I knew you would. Following the IG review in Nigeria, I knew you would.
Yeah, I'm also thinking it depends on the age of the net. Is it at the end of life or is it a new net? So I think the guideline is to bring that out. If it's a new net, misuse. If it's an old net, then that's fine.
Not new, not old. New, old, or inactive. Inactive, okay, according to the consensus statement anyway. But yeah, no, I actually was hoping somebody would say that because you see, for us, we look at this net and this net looks good. This would protect me from malaria, okay, from mosquito bites anyway. But maybe for the household, they're saying, no, this net is no longer active because I can see that mosquitoes come and land on it and it's not killing them. So, okay, so we will assume that all of these nets are inactive, all right? And that one is actually, according to the consensus statement, that is a neutral repurposing. It's not, yes, it's not beneficial because, yes, it is protecting the chickens from malaria, but it's not protecting the sleeper, but us people from malaria, okay? Next one, quick. What kind of repurposing is this? Remember, just, oh. Geez, nobody thinks that catching fish is beneficial anymore? What is this? All right, everyone is right. This is misuse. This one? Oh, neutral? Okay. Okay, so no, okay, maybe the picture's not clear. This is actually beneficial because it's being used as a window screen. Next one, my favorite. I love this. Every time I see this, I love it. I just love it. And I'm not even that much of a football fan, but I love it. All right. Okay, so according to the consensus statement, this is neutral repurposing. I do understand why some people are saying it's misuse, okay? But remember, it's not misuse. Misuse is only when it is an active net. So either a new net or an old net that is still active and still protecting you from mosquito bites, and you're using it for another purpose other than sleeping under, or if you have an inactive net and you're using it for fishing. Those are the times when it's misused. In this case, it is neutral, okay? I'll skip that. Okay, just want to let you guys know, this is how AMP is helping, okay? So we do provide technical assistance, and make sure if IT and care, repair, and repurposing is an issue for you,
ask your SBC tier provider to provide you with support specific to that, okay? We are in the process of developing guidance, a guidance document about IT and repurposing, where we will also take into account IT and care and repair, repurposing, and end-of-life nets. And we are doing that in coordination with the SBC working group. So our 3 core areas. All right? Thank you so much, everyone. And big apologies to Jessica and Godwin. I know I went way over time. Let's just take it out of their lunch.
So thank you. So before we start this next session, I want to show you a little video to show you how exciting end-of-life net collection can be. It's really cool.
Insecticide-treated nets are used to prevent malaria, a disease that affects millions of people across the globe. And what BASF is doing is saying, at the end of life of those nets, how can we ensure that the material use is sustainable? So we are closing the loop on insecticide-treated nets and therefore bringing circularity to malaria prevention. So instead of, at the end of the lives of those nets, having them in the environment and hurting people, now we're giving a pathway for those nets to bring additional value to the people whose lives they're saving.
So that was Jigawa State in Nigeria. And that just gives you a little hint about what you're going to see in this next presentation. So I'd like to call up Fatima Ali and Godwin, please, to start the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jessica. So good morning, everyone. I think the previous discussions have done a lot of justice to what we are going to present, and so I'll have to skip some of the slides. Briefly, Project EOLIN is a circular economy initiative. So maybe let me explain a bit about circular economy. If we use the net, and at the end of the life we discard it, it's a linear economy. But if we find another use for the net again, it becomes circular. So it's like closing the loop. So it's trying to assess the feasibility of, creating a sustainable circular economy from ITNs, or nets, rather. So it has 2 key perspectives. First, from an environmental point of view, and then climate change also. We know the year we are in right now. And it's a strong partnership in Nigeria between the NMEP, Ministry of Environment, the implementing partners, and so on. The proof of concept for EOLIN started around 2022, and I can say that to date, we now have a national scale-up of end of life across the entire country. So what are the guiding principles? There are three principles upon which the concept is built. The first one is what we call integrability. That is, how are we able to integrate collection of, end-of-life nets within a campaign? Then we have collectability. How much of these end-of-life nets can we collect? And the third one is what we call recyclability. How can we recycle them? We've talked extensively about the number of nets distributed since 2004 to date, over 3 billion nets. Nigeria alone has done about 401 million nets in the past 20 years. This from AMP net mapping data. Essentially, these are nets, but they are plastics. Whether we call them by their fanciful names, polyesters, polyethylene, they are just all plastics. And this has huge impact on the environment. So it means that in the past 20 years, we've put this quantity of nets in the environment. Then what are we're talking about waste management, repurposing, and so on and so forth, but are there policies for management of nets when they reach the end of their life yet? So we just have guidance here and there in the literature. So this is what happens when they reach the end of their life. They're either incinerated, environmental waste, disposed at the household. In fact, we actually have households that actually keep these nets within the household as natural clothing material as part of the waste in the household. These are all pictures from the feed. The one to the bottom left is a chicken cover, like we saw in the last presentation. So this is what happens to the nets when they reach the end of their life. So what are the existing guidance? We've talked about this extensively this morning. The Basel Convention, the consensus statement, all this provides some kind of guidance on what we should do about waste management. But then what is the justification for the concern for end of life and plastic waste management for campaigns? First, we think that when households understand that the nets will reach, after some time the nets are no longer active, they will be prepared to continue to use only effective nets as a norm. So it points households towards the direction of using only viable nets. Second, there is a huge environmental component of it, getting our environment sane. There is a public health component of it, isolating households from pesticide poisoning and so on and so forth. Then essentially creating a circular economy model from this, nets that have reached the end of their lives. Every part of the net is useful when it's alive and when it has reached the end of its life. So what we're trying to do is see how we can create jobs, promote inclusivity, and then you'll see how we're trying to infuse gender into end of life. And then there's also the focus on climate change, reducing carbon footprints, any carbon credits, assessing climate funding, and so on. And we also think that, collecting and recycling these end-of-life nets can provide additional financing opportunities for development. I'll give you a live example. In a particular state where we piloted this, the commissioner in charge of health was saying, hey, we need these old nets to be sold, and then we can use the money to support our SBC, because most funding partners are shying away from, they are divesting from SBC in Nigeria, and they're asking government to support SBC. So the idea was, if we have this kind of resource, it can support SBC. So what are we talking about, actually? The scope of what we're looking at. To your right, these are the end-of-life nets. And then to the left are current plastics. Why are we taking end-of-life and current plastic at the same time? Our study indicated that households are more readily easy to give up their old nets, not old nets, Miko, sorry. They are more likely to give up their end-of-life nets when they are expecting a new net. So the best time to do that collection is when you're having a campaign. However, this does not remove from the fact that during continuous distribution systems, we are looking into how we can also put that to practice. So this is what we are looking at. We've done 3 pilots, first in Cross River in 2023, where we try to collect these nets that have reached the end of their life, end-of-life nets. We are targeted about 3,000. We were able to collect 241. That was the proof of concept in 2023. So what were the key challenges? We found out that we had weak SBC. I think planning was also a bit not too early. There was no clarity of roles, so we thought that we needed a bigger pilot. Here we did only 25 distribution points in 2 local government areas. It was just a proof of concept. What were we able to prove? We were able to prove that, well, we can integrate a collection exercise into a main campaign. So we move on to Jigawa. The video you just saw was taken from Jigawa. Here we did all the DPs in 4 local government areas, sub-state level. We had targeted to collect about 54,000, but we got 10,000. This was a huge stimulus for us. If you move from collecting 241 to 10,000, for us it was an energizer, a stimulus to move forward. Our challenges were also relayed. Here we have now been able to prove integrability, we've been able to prove collectability, and then we have also been able to prove recyclability with huge success. I'll show you some of the pictures later. And then we went to Ogun where we did 6 LGAs. Here collection was poor. In this state, we found out that there was an existing market for end-of-life nets. So they already were collecting nets before the project came on board. There was already a market. We had informal collectors who actually, they go to house and tell them, if you have an old net, bring it out, I want to buy it. So collection was, expectedly very, very not too encouraging. A key component of the project is what we call closing the loop, because we're talking about a circular economy model. Until we're able to close the loop, we will not have been able to achieve what we have done. So it means we have to balance collectability and recyclability. These bottles you see to your right-hand side were from the end-of-life nets we collected in our first pilot in Cross River, which we're using. We now had something to showcase to recyclers. Look, this is what we collected. This is what you can get from the nets. So like I said, every part of the net is useful. What we try to do here is that incineration of burning must be strictly avoided. What we are preaching to NMEPs is that there's a better way to use the net when it gets to the end of its life. We can actually create an economic model from it that will benefit everybody within the space. And then we also discourage all food contact applications. Single-use applications must be avoided. If you are used to the literature on recycling, you find reuse, recycle, upcycle. All these are all what we're promoting. We also prefer local recycling options, and where possible, we should integrate the waste as secondary raw materials into existing value chain. So there is a whole value chain inherent in the nets when they reach the end of their life. One thing to mention is that the project is not against repurposing, right? But what we are saying is that after you have repurposed the net, what happens? It still comes back to the environment. Is that not so? So it encourages, it is not against repurposing, but it is saying that we can create a value chain from the nets when they reach the end of their life. So it's left for you to turn in the net at whatever stage that you deem fit. We have also been able to disaggregate some of these, the components of the net into different polymers. For example, the nets themselves can be polyesters, you can do mechanical recycling, and you can turn them into textile yarns and building materials. For the primary packaging, these are just here, shows you that we have been able to disaggregate the materials according to the various types of polymers, because different recyclers need different things, okay? A net, for example, can have up to as many as 10 polymers. So the recycler can come and tell you, look, I need a polypropylene. So what does he need? He needs the outer sac of the net. You don't find a recycler that wants everything. Some want specifics, others want, some other aspects. So we're going to show some of the results from the project. What you are seeing is transforming the strap, the net straps. So like I said, every part of the net is useful, every part. If you mention a part of the net or the plastic, I will tell you what it's used for. So these are women that have been trained. This program was launched by the wife of the governor of Jigawa State last month as the event for the World Women's Day, and it was well advertised. So these are straps being turned into baskets. Okay, these are pictures from that exercise that took place last month in Jigawa State in Nigeria. So, from what we have collected, from the end-of-life nets, we got a recycler that was able to turn them into blankets. For those of us who were in boarding schools in some parts of Africa, you notice what they represent. These are blankets for school use. And then, so there's lots and lots of use that we're able to put these materials into. So on this note, I'd like to invite Fatima to continue and tell us where we stand with end-of-life nets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So where do we stand? So from his presentation and all that, we know that plastic waste management, 100% achievable. Total waste forecast can be embedded and has been embedded into the micro plan. The last 7 micro plans we have done in Nigeria, this was fully incorporated into the micro plan. Early engagement with the state waste management or EPA, very critical. The earlier you start identifying the different waste management bodies or the government entities that need to be engaged, very critical in the success. Recycling option, as Mr. Godwin has mentioned, is available for any type of waste, whether it's PP or PET, whatever it is, it can be recycled. So a solid recycling network and association helps a lot, sometimes with capacity building for some remote states. It's early days yet, this is still new, so it's too early to talk about the monetary value. So the focus now is more on the environment and the social impact. So what are the key achievements of the EOLIN? So Mr. Godwin emphasized on the circular economy loop, model loop being closed in Jigawa. So it's done in Jigawa successfully. It means you can do it in subsequent states. So sensitization of stakeholders about the comprehensive waste management that has been successfully done at different levels, from the national to the lowest level. We have an official protocol to guide the whole process. One of the exciting ones is the development of a tool that can be used to forecast the waste during micro-planning. The previous table that he presented showed the forecast and then what was achieved. So we hope those numbers get closer over time. So it was able to estimate the weight and the volume of the waste to be generated, and this is quite critical in engaging stakeholders to get their buy-in. So different levels, NMEP, SMEP, IP is knowledgeable about the conduct of rapid assessment of the household KAP regarding end of life using the tools developed, and then availability of integrated messaging. So over the various pilots that have been done, lessons have been learned, the SBC messages have been improved and adapted to the context of the target area. So now what has been done within the country, the training has been provided at different levels. We have done 2 pilots successfully, and the third one in Oyo State is scheduled for Q2. 6 states are currently self-implementing. So the microplan that I mentioned earlier, they were able to integrate the tool and the whole process into the microplan, and now during implementation, the campaign has been planned in such a way that it's self-implementing. It's part of the whole campaign process. And then the WAPAN, National Recycling Networks, fully involved in the waste management, campaign waste management. Okay, so the scale-up is that there will be campaigns in 7 states, as I mentioned earlier. The target is to distribute about 20 million nets. So micro-planning has been completed, the tools have been used and integrated into the waste management plan. all waste will be collected and recovered, and then BSF generously will continue to provide technical support as needed, and providing that linkages between the states and the implementing partners and the waste, the WAPAN and other recycling network. Okay, so we always have some challenges. As you can see, I mentioned earlier, the target and what was collected, there's a huge gap. We hope with time that gap will be closed. Weak attention to issues of campaign waste management. So again, because it's early days yet, it's not a priority. I kind of say that waste management, end of life is the new SBC kind of sometimes. So weak partnership and integration. So it's getting better. Like this year, we have done so much better in terms of partnership and integration compared to. So we hope subsequent years that will be improved. Suboptimal knowledge and implementation practices. So again, with any new thing, it needs time to have that strong knowledge within the stakeholders, and then poor funding for waste transportation. So again, transportation is a huge part of any campaign budget in any way. Then when you talk about the waste is even weaker. So we hope we find solutions with time, especially when you get the state involved. They can provide funding, or what Jigawa did in terms of using their waste, the funding from the waste to support their SBC and perhaps even the transportation as well. Okay, so what are the key takeaways? When planned correctly, it can be successful and integrated effectively. Especially if it's aligned with the campaign implementation process around the time of distribution, while they're collecting the new nets. The study has shown that they are more likely to give the old ones when they know they're getting a new one. However, for routine and continuous distribution, because that is more periodic, we're working on different methodologies to incorporate that into the process. Effective partnership identified early and roles clearly defined. So this has been very helpful, and we'll continue improving on that. The earlier you engage people, you have more time to convince them and identify whatever gap or whatever technical support they may need. And then within the campaign process itself, full integration, functional integration is very important in thematic areas, particularly in data management and logistics, especially in data management. When you have that data, you can see how well you're doing and what are the gaps and what you can improve on. Then the role of DP supervisors in driving collection. So what we have at that level, who is collecting it at distribution point, is the DP supervisor. So this is quite critical to be emphasized, because sometimes they get overwhelmed with all the activities during distribution that they may deprioritize that collection. So it needs to be emphasized that it's a critical key role. Just as they are distributing the net, it's equally important that they collect the old nets. Local stakeholder and community is a key component. That's quite clear, very important. The more you go lower and engage the local people, the better buy-in you get. Again, SBC, it needs to be strong. It needs to be co-developed to ensure the community engagement, and so you get return on a larger scale. And then I'll emphasize that you need to adapt it to the context of that environment. Is it their language or how they use the net, or what benefits that is specific to them? That helps a lot. Then an end process should be conducted at the end of collection to understand the process and implementation gaps. So it's very important. If we're doing end process for the campaign itself, this is a new thing we have introduced that is quite critical. So my personal opinion is either to incorporate it into the end process that you do for the campaign, or if you have funding, then you can do a separate one, just to understand the nuances of a particular target community or state. In closing the loop, is important to ensure proper circularity at the end of each collection exercise. Food contact application should be clearly prohibited in the MOU. Okay, so this is an example of the DP banner that gives information about what types of old net to bring back to the distribution point. Inactive. Okay, so we're still learning the terminology. We'll get there. And most importantly, I think what not to do. So it's like almost saying if you're doing all this, stop it, and then preferably bring back that net to the distribution point. Okay, so this is the end of our presentation. This is the team. They forgot to put my picture there. So next time. But this is the wonderful BSF team that have supported Nigeria in making all this happen. So we're really grateful for that. And this last slide, right? Okay, I think this is pictures and then acknowledgement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for listening. We're going to have a mentee, but before we get to that, I would like to respectfully invite Midad Rukari for his reflections on end-of-life nets. Please help me give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, members. Yeah, I'm called Medad Rukari from Uganda. I happen to be in Nigeria to look at how the program runs. But as an expert of ITNs, I wanted to share the information on repurposing. It wasn't well concluded to my understanding. When we are looking at the repurposing, we are looking at the beneficial is majorly on vector control. The neutral is the one which is non-vector control benefits. So when you are going to that concept in the detail, beneficial, it is in line to protection in the vector control. Then the neutral is when it is a non-vector control method that is benefit. Then you go to the misuse. I think that's how I can summarize it in the repurposing perspective. Having said that, coming to end of life, a few things as Uganda benchmarked or learned while in Nigeria. That from the different 3 states, you see there was great improvement because of adaptation and learning. You see, quantities kept on, they started from 0. The quantities collected kept on increasing with time from state to state because of learning. Then 2, we also need to appreciate that for the born again, for Christians, this is what we call the rebirth. End of life, it has ended. But they said dead are not dead. You see, we saw the nets are done, but they are not done. This is the rebirth. I call it the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I can call it that way. It has come in a different format. So it is possible to implement it in a summary. But what are the key take-home messages that we need to appreciate? 1, it can be integrated in other programs. But how do you need to integrate it is very important. You must work with RINE government institutions. Because the work involved is beyond possible Ministry of Affairs. That's what we learned. If you want to involve the private sector, you must have some MOUs. You start now signing the MOU will take good years, appreciating their participation. The other people to involve will come on a board expecting money. What are the benefits? So the expectation of the individuals from the beginning must be addressed. If you want to come and discuss the expectations at the end of the day, you will get disappointed. Some people can sabotage the entire program. But in summary, because we are going to lunch time, it is possible to do it. It can even address some of the issues around repurposing, misuse, disposal, if it is well apprehended. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Midad. Let me invite Jessica to implement the Menti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. So maybe these are too many questions. Did we have a problem?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay, so if you can go back to Menti, and the code is 58532605. 58532605. So the question is, I'm just really curious, we're curious, how many of you are interested in what we call EOLIN? Oh, I'm sorry. 58532605. 5853 2605. Yeah. How many of you are interested in EOLIN? I know we're keeping you from lunch. The quicker you do it, the quicker you leave. All done? Fine. You need help? Okay. Should I just go forward? What policies do you think need to be developed? None? Really? That'd be hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Implementing protocols, strong waste management policies, guidelines, guidance. I don't know who said EOLIN, but we have a protocol we can share. We like to share. Waste management policies, timing of collection. The one thing I have to emphasize is we have to get this into the routine system. It's going to be super important, but we wanted to show you could do it in campaign first. Collection, recycling, guidelines, and fact sheets for end of life. I like that one. Policies around IT and waste management. Okay, great. Who do you think needs to develop those policies? How about collectively we develop them? That would be amazing. All right, next. What support is needed by your country from AMP, if any? We can do that. Technical support, no problem. Okay, I'm going to move on because that's financing, talk to the Global Fund. But this is a really important point. You don't really need any more money. You've already got your budgets. You've got reverse log, you've got waste management, you've got SBC. So you really don't need any more money for that. Great, thank you everyone. And just couple more questions and then we're gonna close up. Has the recycling network in your country been mapped? That's what I thought. Okay. And then, what, I'm just going to skip that one. Has the Ministry of Environment been engaged? I knew that one too. Great. So I think I'm going to say thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you for sticking with us this morning. I'm going to hand it. How about we open it up for questions? Does anyone, I can take 2 questions. We have 5 minutes. Anyone have questions? If not, it's really no problem. Okay, give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much. Did everyone get their coupon for lunch? I think they came through. Oh.
Thanks, Jess. Just quickly for lunch, lunch will not be in the restaurant like yesterday. Lunch will be on the 2nd floor across the pool where we had the cocktail party. Okay? And it's going to be open till 2:30. All right?
Thank you, everyone. Everyone got their coupon?
Did anybody not get a coupon?
I may not have. I don't think so. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Implementing Scanning of Standardized ITN session. My name is Chris Warren. I'm a consultant with AMP this week. I am a subject matter expert on ITN programming. I've been working in this space since 2003. I'm a co-facilitator today with my friends and colleagues from Global Fund, IFRC, AMP, and eGov. Throughout the presentation today, we will just want to let you know that we are seeking your questions and contributions. When you have an opportunity to do so, would you please introduce yourself and let us know where you're from? Also, because this session is being recorded, we would appreciate that you use the microphone as much as you can. And so, to get us started, before we progress much further, can you please raise your hand if the program or project you are working with is already using the data acquired through the scanning of ITN labels? So, all right. So in the room of perhaps about 20 people, we have 1 hand raised. So we may be calling upon you, sir. So, you would prefer me to use this microphone? I'm okay with this one. Thank you. So, wanted to outline the session, the purpose of the session today. The big picture is that AMP is developing technical guidance on incorporating data scanning into ITN programming. We want your input to inform the development of this guidance. During today's session, we're going to review some of the fundamentals related to data carriers themselves, or barcodes, other symbols, that we are currently seeing in our respective operating environments. We want to remind you a little bit about how the content and format that we are currently seeing came to be through the TraceNet initiative. We want to discuss both the opportunities to support ITN programming and what I think can also be equally important, the limitations of scanning alone. Then, knowing what information can be collected via scanning, we'll have a more detailed discussion on use cases where within the supply chain there are opportunities that can be realized. Before the coffee break, we're going to hear some actual country experiences. Then after the coffee break, we're going to hear from counterparts at eGov who are going to provide a demonstration of the functionality of their tool, Digit, which is one of a number of tools currently in use. Then to wrap up the session, we'll have a recap of what we've discussed. And based on this, we would like to hear your thoughts as to possible content and focus of that content of the AMP produced guidance that will be forthcoming. So why the technical guidance now? So as you know, or as you may be aware, the use of digital tools in ITN campaigns has grown significantly over the past decade, with the goal of having greater efficiency, improved data quality, and enhanced accountability. From a supply chain perspective, these goals would be achieved by activities that do things like enhance product authentication, manage stock, and provide real-time visibility throughout the ITN supply chain. A key enabler of these activities has been the development and adoption of GS1-based standards that are already in place for other health commodities, but are now being used for the labeling and data exchange of manufacturers' ITN shipments. And while a few countries have begun to use and scan ITN data carriers, such as barcodes, the community is also saying that there are knowledge gaps that are remaining regarding the operational benefits of doing so. And this knowledge gap is also paired with evidence from the literature and even from some of the presentations we've had over the last 3 days that point to some recurring logistics challenges. So this is just a few. I'm sure there are more. But please raise your hands as I go through them if any of these logistics challenges are something that you are familiar with. We have poor visibility on real-time locations and quantities of ITNs. Is that something that you've experienced? Okay, thank you. We have challenges with the integration of inventory management systems into larger monitoring systems. Anybody experiencing that challenge? Okay. What about lack of visibility and accountability when ITNs are repositioned from campaigns and returned back into MOH systems? Okay. And would anyone like to volunteer other examples that revolve around the theme of barriers to greater efficiency or improved data quality and enhanced accountability? Please, sir.
Sorry, it was Mr.
Oh, okay. Anybody else have any other possible examples that would be something that they are seeing recurring? Okay. If you think of more, we can bring them back into the discussion later. So today we're going to be talking a lot about scanning the data and using the data. Examples will be provided throughout the session, but really if we're going to be doing this and we plan to actually scan data and use the information resulting from those scans to address challenges and improve and achieve the objectives that we are looking for, then it's pretty important to understand what we're going to encounter when we make that scan. So we're going to look at two examples. today. We also have physical examples. We have some nets, both in individual packages as well as in the bales, and you have an opportunity to look at those either during the break or after the session. But returning to the screen here, what we have here are two examples. On the left-hand side is a label used on a bale of ITNs. Inside that bale are a number of individual ITNs. To the right is an example of a label that would be affixed to an individual ITN. And for the purposes of this next exercise, we want to reinforce that the two labels have a relationship. And please, if you're having trouble looking at some of the details that we're going to look at, you are encouraged to move up, stand aside, and get as close to the screen as you feel is necessary. So what are we looking at here? I told you where the labels are, but let's look at some of the information. We have some information that is in both human readable form, so you can read that the net was manufactured by XYZ. You can read who was manufactured for. You can read things like production date. There's also different symbols and different symbols across the two labels. If you look at the left, over here and over here, these are examples of GS1 128 symbols. On the right, over here, that's an example of a 2D matrix symbol. Now, I'd also like to look at another example that's available to us today. Please look at the water bottles that are on your table. So, show of hands. So you'll see that there are two symbols. And show of hands, who thinks the symbol on the bottle with the small squares in three corners of the symbol is a 2D matrix symbol similar to this label here? No one's buying it. Okay. So you actually, it's not the same. For those who either know that they're not the same or just know what the label is on the bottle, can you tell me what it is? Yes. Extra points for Sid. Yes. I think a lot of us are familiar with QR codes, where these are the codes that you scan on your phone, and it directs you to an external website, and you can find all sorts of information, and they can scrape your data, and everybody's happy at the end of the day. This code on this label is a 2D matrix code. It does not do that magical act of sending you to an external website. The information is strictly encoded within those characters, and full stop. It needs to be captured through barcode scanning. Let's go back to these labels. If you can read the labels, can anyone point out where the same information appears in both readable and in a data carrier form on the same label? Okay. So how about this piece of human readable information, the batch lot? If you can read it, it says NYFUL01. And if we come down to here, in this data carrier, at the end of this long string of numbers, we have a 10 in parenthesis, and after the parenthesis, we have NYFUL01. So that's where we have a piece of information in human readable form, and the same information that can be captured automatically through barcode scanning. How about identifying some information on the individual ITN over here that is not on the label of the bale? So we have some information that is on both. Remember, we had the batch lot. We have the batch lot in human readable form. We have it here in the data carrier form. And here it is over here, buried somewhere within this 2D matrix code. So we have a relationship that this individual net is associated with the same nets that are associated with these bales. Maybe not the specific net inside this bale, but we have a relationship here. But we also have some information on this individual label that is not on the bale. Any guesses? Okay. So down here, where this says 21, there's a long string of numbers. And if we go back to here, we'll see that this series of numbers does not appear on either of these two data carriers. So I want to bring your attention to this number, because this number is the unique serial number of this specific ITN. There's only one instance of this ITN existing, and it's this one. Now, thank you, Sid. There's a lot of other information on here. We have production date. We have lot numbers. We have information in terms of how many of these individual ITNs are in each of the bale. We have a count of 50, and there it is, count of 50, right there. So the label is designed to be in both human readable form and automatically, or AIDC form, which means that the information can be automatically captured through scanning. We have some of the same information, but there is information that is specific to each label. For example, when we look at this label for the bale, do we know how many ITNs are inside? It says there are 50. Do we know which ITNs are inside that bale? Right. We don't know that information. It's not being conveyed on there. Similarly, on the individual ITN, although we know which unique ITN it is, we do not know from which bale it came from. There's another label. I'm not presenting it here. It's the label that you would find on an individual bag. So here's the bag. Here's the individual label. Similarly in concept with the individual labels for the individual ITNs and the bale of ITNs, there is some information that is the same, but there is some information that is exclusive to that individual bag. Question to the audience and participants, if it was your program, what pieces of information would you want to see included on either of the data carriers? Julianne?
Distribution date, or?
The
dates that it was maybe received in the country, or like several dates to kind of follow it.
Oh, that's interesting, because that would be a date that is really specific to when that net itself moved through the supply chain. It would be related to event.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that later. Yeah, but thanks for the suggestion. What about something more straightforward, like on the left-hand side? We know how many individual ITNs are inside that bale, but we don't know how many bales are in the entire shipment. We don't know which of these bales, say one of 50 or one of 40 or 3 of 70, is pertaining to that entire shipment. That could be something that could be additionally added to the content of a label. Any questions about some of these labels that we've looked at so far? Okay. So we've been talking a lot so far about, oh, yes, please, Paul.
So I was thinking probably the weight, since we have the weight of the net on the label, can we have the weight of the packaging? Is that also possible?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that could be considered, right? And the question would be, is the weight of the packaging, would you consider that to be an attribute of the product or the packaging itself?
Well, an attribute of the packaging itself.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. So these are good examples. You may be asking how it has come to be that all this, both the content and the format of this content has come to be on the labels that we're encountering out in the field in our operating environment. And I want to let you know and remind you that as of work that was started in 2019, the standardization of these labels across brands has come about via the outputs of an initiative called TraceNet. TraceNet, if you're not familiar with it, was a convening of sellers, buyers, and program implementers intended to produce recommendations, not requirements, recommendations for the standardization, both again in content and format, of labels used in ITN programming. This document is available online. So we've talked about the labels themselves. Now let's talk about what we can do with them and what we can do with them when we scan them. We focus on what attributes are being conveyed, what information is being conveyed, and how these attributes or values are presented such that they can be captured both by humans, readable, as well as through automatic data capture, scanning, and that's great. But it's also important to understand that not just the information on each label, but the information on the totality of the shipment that was originally produced by a manufacturer resides with the manufacturer. And because that data itself is also standardized with a GS1 based standard, it can not only be captured during the scanning phase, but it can be shared electronically between parties and their respective systems, often in advance of the nets ever even being arrived at the country. But hold that thought for a minute and we'll return to scanning, and I'd like to introduce to you now another data element concept, and going back to Julianne's question, this is something called event data. And so event data is the aggregate of the data that's captured from the scanning combined with the other information that is contextual. So typically related to the time, place, and even perhaps the person who did the scanning. So we have this, so now we have this piece of data that is larger than the data on the label itself. It's related to the event as it comes, as to when the scan was completed. This event date is where operationalization of barcode scanning really kicks in to enable accuracy, data exchange, verification, monitoring, things of this nature. You know, the activities that will contribute to greater efficiency, accountability, and enhanced programming. You might want to classify these according to where you see them fit within your logistics structure. It could be monitoring evaluation, it could be stock keeping, it could be fraud control. And can you use the mic?
I was just saying for the data capture event, which Chris just described, when you scan the net at any particular time in any particular location, that is additional information that's then added to the information in the label you're scanning. So from the label you have all those net attributes or the Bale attributes Chris showed on the label. Then when you scan it at a particular time and location, you have this is the time, this is the place. Now altogether, that gives you the ability to trace that net or see where it was at what time, things like that.
Thanks, Sid. So I talked about some categorization of some of the concepts: stock keeping, fraud control, monitoring, evaluation, authenticating. Rather than do a deep dive into that sort of categorization of supply chain functions or operations, I think it may benefit this audience and other participants to approach this not from the perspective of what can be done, but rather what questions can be answered when you have event data. Here's a couple of examples. We should be able to quickly be able to count how many times did we create an event when we scanned a unique data carrier. Not only should we be able to count how many things that we counted, but which ones we counted, because again, some of them have distinct characters related to that distinct label. So now we have a record of we counted 10, and here is the record of the distinct unique serials for those 10. When we have the combination of a scanning event combined with a record of where it was scanned and when it was scanned, we should be able to answer two questions. Where was it before? And when did it get here? These are not the only questions that can be answered. I'm sure that you could think of other questions that you might have as you are either in the midst of ITN programming, or you're doing the wrap-up, or you're doing the final report, or there's been an incident and you need to reconcile some information to be able to report back to the key stakeholders. If you're the kind of person who likes to categorize things, you might very well look at these under the category of counting, tracking, so where did it go, or tracing, or traceability, which is where did it come from. So those are good questions to be asking. Those are questions that we have to constantly answer as we are working in ITN programming. We need to be prepared to answer them. We need to be prepared to answer them quickly and accurately. But there are also sometimes more complex questions that need to be answered. And if you are the kind of person who remembers that a few slides ago I was talking about how there's not only the data on the labels, but there's the transaction data available for the entire shipment that's been supplied by the manufacturer. And if you can imagine a situation where that information has been shared in advance and ingested into various platforms that are being used for inventory management or program execution, then you have the kind of opportunity to reconcile the event data with this transactional data. Personally, I think this capability, the ability to reconcile the event data with the transaction data, is being overlooked at the moment. As there are other questions that are straightforward, but are more compounded that I think you might want to be able to answer. So a couple of those questions would be, is this unique ITN one of the ITNs included in the shipment? Should this ITN be here, or should it be somewhere else? If I only have the event data, I can only tell you what I've got right now. I can't tell you if it belongs to something bigger or not. But by reconciling the event data with the transaction data, you're able to answer that question. We talked about being able to count simply by the production of event data. But if you want to, so you can say, I counted 10, and here's the record of the 10 that I counted, but how many were supposed to be there? So then you can, if there were 10, and you counted 10, and you have a record of which 10 you were expecting to count, and you find the 10, then everybody's happy at the end of the day. But if there was only 9, you need to know that there was supposed to be 10, and you might want to know where the one is that's missing. So yes, I have one less ITN than I expected. Which one appears to be missing? Any questions at this point? Sid.
Can you also lay out how this would apply if I had a counterfeit net that was not sent by the manufacturer?
That's great. So that would be authentication, particularly authentication that can be accomplished through the combination of having the event data. I'm in the marketplace and I find a net that I don't think should really be where I have found it. Maybe it's for sale, or maybe it's in a different area of the country where my ITN programming isn't. So I know I know I have a net. It appears to be an authentic net. It might even have the name of my program on it, or it might not. So again, you can verify simply with the data event that it appears to be or not be authentic. But really, when you are then able to reconcile that unique serial number that you've got in your hands with a record provided by the manufacturer of all the unique serial numbers for the ITNs, you have much more confidence that at least that the net that you're looking at is an authentic net that should be in the country. Now, that it's not where you think it should be in the country is something that you could then say, if I have a record of it, I know it's here now, how can I make a determination of where it was? Now, currently, with the two examples that I displayed up there, that alone, by looking at the net, would be challenging because we are typically tracking nets in bales, and it's really at that last point at the distribution where the package is opened, we scan the label inside, and we hand that to a beneficiary. Now, if you have, as part of your event data, a record of when the net was scanned, who scanned it, where they scanned it, and maybe a record of the voucher or whatever identification was used to record who the ITN was given over to, you might be able to say, oh, wait a second, I have an event data that says this net has already been given to someone. Why am I now finding it over here when it should be over there? So opportunities for both authentication as well as managing the traceability. Thanks for the question. So we've talked a lot about the theoretical, and we'd like to stop at, we have more questions. Please, and introduce yourself and use the microphone, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Matur from South Sudan.
Thank you.
Yeah, having a QR code is a very brilliant idea and will solve some of our problems. My question is there a way that some of the coding used within the country could be added to the code? For example, in South Sudan, we have 13 administrative areas, and each area is having its own code. So when we're doing distribution in 2023, there was that kind of movement of net. You can go to the market, you find net are there, and you really don't know where these net are coming from. So if we can add that layer, so that we know exactly where is the leakage of net in the market. So is there a way that we add code, the manufacturer can consider adding code that are used for a particular region in any given country?
So I would say, theoretically, it is possible. Practically, you are then almost, you're complicating and emburdening the country then to make sure that only those ITNs are received and managed internally such that they get to where you need them to go. Again, it's theoretical, and said at one of the sessions, we're going to kind of dwell on the infinite possibilities, but looking at them from a practical point of view. Thank you, though. There was another question, yes, sir, please.
Thank you very much for the fantastic presentation. My question is somewhat similar to my colleague from South Sudan, but in relation to cross-border communities, and whether this information is shared back downwards. One of the biggest challenges, at least in Kenya, for cross-border communities was nets seeping in both directions. Say, for instance, with Tanzania. If I am scanning a code and the nets are originating from Tanzania, how does this information then flow back to my counterparts across the border that, hey, the nets that you distributed from your end are finding their way into Kenya? Thank you.
That's complicated. I think, though, it would be similar to the example that Sid from Global Fund mentioned, is that if you scanned the product, thinking it was a product that should be in circulation within your country, and it comes back to you and says, I don't know this product. I'm able to tell you what it is, but it's not one of the products that should be in circulation in my country. It would be a good start. So, you know, I don't know where this came from. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, and I don't know how it got here. But that's one piece of the puzzle. I don't know how. I don't have a ready suggestion on how you would be able to communicate that to another program that is using another system, but it's an interesting challenge that could be adaptable. Thank you. We're going to question from Julian.
Thank you. I just wanted to think through the idea from Matur, because my understanding at the moment is that you can scan the bales and you can also scan the individual net matrix. But at the moment, there isn't a link between the matrices or of the nets contained within a bale on the bale. Sorry, that was a really confusing way to put it. What I mean is, when you scan a bale, you do not have the information of all of the nets within the bale. If you did, then in Matur's case, as you were loading bales onto a truck for a region, then you would have the event of saying these bales have been loaded onto a truck that's going into this region, and then a net comes up in a market somewhere. You scan that net, and if there was a link between the net and the bale, you could say, okay, that net was in a bale that left for this region.
Yes.
But at the moment, my understanding is that there isn't that link, and so my question is, are there any plans in the future for there to be a link between the nets within a bale and what the information is on the bale? I hope that makes sense.
It's a great question. So that concept is called aggregation. So we are seeing this in pharma, where we have the unique record as well as the outer cases telling you what unique records are contained in here. When we were developing the TraceNet guidelines through 2019, and even with the most recent visions in 23 and 24, we gained an appreciation that for this product category and how this product category is manufactured is aggregation, though theoretically possible, it requires a tremendous additional LOE on the part of the manufacturer, as well as on the part of systems to be able to ingest all that information. That's actually a lot more information, and then to be managing it on with a robust platform. Again, it's theoretically possible. In the TraceNet documentation, we say when there is an opportunity and the systems prove to be robust enough, both on the manufacturing side and the operations side, that is something that can be considered, because this scenario that you're presenting would be a tremendous opportunity. But it's very complex. I'll use an example. So we have this package, the individual bag, and inside we have a unique ITN. Now there's a label on this there's a label on this bag, but it's generic to all the ITNs. Because if you had to think about matching the serial number on a bag with the serial number of the ITN inside, and you're giving that responsibility to the manufacturer, that changes a lot of business processes. So it's like, well, it makes sense to do that, but when you think about how you do that in the current manufacturing environment, it's actually very, very complex. Thanks, though. How about Robert?
I think you explained the point very well, but I'm also looking at the way nets, I mean, let me use it in a very direct term. When nets are missing or stolen in the warehouse, mostly it's not individual bills. They are the individual net, they are the bills. So assuming I find a bill in one region that have been stolen, but the bills have been taken off and now being sold individually. Because the scanning of the base is not linked to the individual nets, I can't really trace where the nets came from. So that is also a very big opportunity that I think we are missing, because ideally I want to be able to trace that if I scan the bills and there are 50 nets in it, I should be able to trace it back to that bill that I scanned. So using the point of maybe stolen and found in another place, once I scan that individual net, I should know that this came from this region where the bills were scanned.
Absolutely. I mean, and you speak to opportunity, but we have to speak to opportunity cost, right? So again, the decision as to what the program and the funder of those ITNs agree to in terms of how robust, how much information is conveyed on the data carriers, the degree of sophistication of that information, that has to be, I imagine, agreed to and understood in terms of the LOE that would be associated with that. Again, it's theoretically possible, and it's an opportunity that could be well sought by programs, but you would have to examine what the cost benefit would be to be able to produce that outcome. Thanks. And Sid.
Okay, thank you. I think we are all in a learning session.
Yes.
So stupid questions are also allowed here.
Oh, as many as possible.
All right. So I'm thinking of, you know, in the campaigns we are dealing with nets in individual packs and nets without individual packs. So following what he's saying in terms of the labeling, you have different labeling than in the pack than the net, correct or wrong? The net has this.
The labeling.
The net itself.
The net itself has some unique characteristics specific to that net.
Okay.
We refer to that as the serial number of the net.
So what about the individual bag?
The individual bag does not, again, the recommendations are that the individual bag does not have a record of pertaining to the individual net contained within. Mostly because, again, the TraceNet are not requirements, they're recommendations for both country programs as well as procurers and manufacturers. That's where everybody met and said, this is our happy place, this is where we think is practical as a starting point.
Okay, so I might have to think about that.
Okay, so we've had a number of questions. We really do appreciate your insight so far. We're keeping on track. We are now going to move to actually out of the abstract into the concrete with some examples from Liberia and DRC. Robert, I'm going to pass it over to you to manage the session. And Sid, did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, please. Before we hand over to Robert, if you can go back to the slide with the 6 use cases. And I think there were a lot of questions from the audience illustrating the leakage use case, right? There is interest in this use case. But for the, just for us to understand what we should be pushing towards, if we can get people to say which use cases are most interesting to them by show of hands, or any of the questions, just an interactive, that would be very helpful.
Okay, so thanks, Sid. So starting on the upper left, we have efficiency. Show of hands.
This is efficiency in the process of distribution. So you reduce manual labor, you automate data capture. For your compliance requirements, you may not fill as many forms. Okay, very low interest. Next.
So yeah, the efficiency. How about activities with data capture revolving around accuracy? Okay, you can vote multiple times, as often as you want. Data exchange. So once we have captured the information, the ability to share it quickly and accurately. Okay, we have interest there. This is for purposes of monitoring and evaluation. Okay, show it. Routine inventory management. All right. Finally, leakage. Okay, we have more hands for leakage. Just note for the record.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So yes, I'm not sure which of the 2 presentations is going to be first, but over to you, Robert. Thank you.
Talk more about the first use case is also around, sometimes we are just recording the number of nets or bills that you have received. But in reality, you are relying on the one who is recording to say that I received 100 bills or 100 bills have been given to me. But when you scan, it also confirms the 100 that you have received. So that is one practical use case in this first example that I think is also very relevant. Maybe we don't appreciate it from that point, that once you scan, now you have scanned. So you actually have data carriers to show that 100 bills were received in this particular store, in this particular warehouse. We have some countries too. One will share an example, I think Liberia, if you are here, Alade, to share with the base scanning. And then DRC will share their experience also on the use of the scanning for individual net. DRC, please, who is presenting? I'm not too sure. Who is presenting for DRC? Okay, so let's start with Alade. Okay. Alade will start then.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. I think I've already been introduced. I'm Joseph Alade from Liberia. Fortunately, I serve as the digital lead for the 2024 campaign. and I was involved with every aspect of the campaign, and I did a lot with the bill scanning. And one good thing before I start, just from the presentation, most of the thoughts we had in developing our presentation were all being discussed there before we present. So my presentation is very short. I'm not going to take a long time, but I think questions will explain some of the doubts that you may have. Next. Oh, I'm next in there. I'm asking next. So I'll go right. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is the outline. Don't worry, the outline looks very long, but the slides are very short. So, okay, so the outline, as I said, is long, but the slides are very short. For those of you that were not in here for the waste management section, we'll look at the country profile and our malaria situation. We do a short background, and we do the rest. Okay, so my country is Liberia, West Africa, a very small country with very small population. What you see there is our 2024 population. That was the population we did our distribution with. We have 15 counties. And out of the 15 counties, we have 98 health districts. Don't worry, the numbers, 98 is huge, but we are small health districts. For the malaria situation, like all of us here, malaria is our major problem with the entire population at risk. Our prevalence presently is 18% and 10% using RDT and microscopic respectively. That's from our 2022 malaria indicator survey. Now in Liberia, our core intervention is the distribution and use of mosquito nets. We don't have any other intervention. We are not doing RRS. We are strictly with the distribution and use of nets. So we've done 4 mass campaigns since 2015, with the most recent, the 2024, with our digital labs, and we introduced bill scanning. What you see below are the trend of our nets ownership, access, and used. Now, during the past 3 campaigns, our stock management were using paper-based. That is what you see there is our way bill, moving nets from one area to another. And that's the traditional means within the supply chain system, and the training was very minimum. No severe, no serious training. The 2024 campaign was the first digital labs, and we use the Liberia Health Management campaign software, which is powered by Digit. Stock management was digitalized with the GS1 core scanning functionality introduced. So for the campaign, we distributed over 3 million nets, and we were expecting to scan 61,870 codes. That is, if everything had gone okay. Now, this is our stock management module for Digit. The Digit, we did, like I said, we digitalized stock management. So this is a module. This is the page you're looking at. And this was our stock management or supply chain flow, the nets from the ports to the regional warehouses, then to the district warehouses. Okay, so for the stock management module, we were doing bill scanning only on the stock receipt screen. So it was expected that as the net hits the regional warehouses, the barcode were to be scanned, and when they were moved from the regional warehouses to the district warehouses, the barcode were to also be scanned. So it was only done at stock received. So what you see on the far right is the stock receipt details. And if you look down, if you look where you see scan bill, after you should have entered all of the information, or the quantity you receive, where you receive the quantity from, the mode of transport, you will come to a place that will ask you to scan the bill. And once we hit the scan bill, the scan camera opens, and it was very easy, very simple scanning process if it comes to the scanning itself. Now, what you're seeing there is what happened in Liberia when we received the nets. Unfortunately, the nets came strictly from the ports to the regional warehouses, and they were already stuck at the regional warehouses before we started thinking about scanning. So indeed, it was a challenge, very difficult. So you see up there is the regional warehouse. There is one of the district warehouses. And another issue we had was we did the logistic training before the nets came in, even before the phones were made available for warehouse supervisors to scan. So being the digital lead, we had to get involved in mentorship. So what you see there, the two pictures you are seeing there was, we had to move from county to mentor district warehouses on the scanning process. Though, like I said, it was easy, but again, it was a bit challenging. Now, because the bills were already stuck in the warehouses, it was difficult to have people going into the warehouses to scan. So what we decided was we will unstack, we scan, we restock. So that was the process that went on throughout the district warehouses. At the regional warehouses, the net were so many, so all we did was we told the regional warehouse supervisors that get accustomed to the scanning process. At least scan few bills so that you can know, or we can know that, yes, the scanning functionality is effective and it is working. So very few bills were scanned at the regional warehouses. At the district warehouses, scanning was done, and when the bills came, again, some of the bills came without the sticker, because if the sticker dropped, it mean the bills came without stickers, so there was no code on the stickers. Some of the bills came, the stickers were all rough, hitting the ground, they got damaged, there was no way to scan them. But the good thing is the scanning functionality had its own way of capturing those vouchers, those stickers that were damaged that we could not scan. We had an opportunity of capturing it. So the bill was scanned with our sticker or damage were captured, and reasons for not being scanned were stated in the comment box. So if you look at the screen we show you on the stock receipt, you see a comment box there, and that comment box was to tell you if I brought 50 bills out to scan, and I was able to scan, because once you put 50, the scanner expects you to scan 50 bills. And if in the process you were able to scan 45, the application will ask you why you did not scan 50. So you will have to give a reason, and the reason varies. It could be a damage, or barcode or a missing barcode. So all of those were captured within the system. Now, so what we're showing you here, this is a sample from Liberia. So we visited few of the counties to look at the scanning process and to know what were some of the challenges. So, and again, our campaign was in phases because of the time the nets came. We had a very serious delay in nets coming to the country. So we had a pilot where we did not do scanning at all. We did scanning in phase 1, and we did scanning in phase 2. Now, because when you scan, it's a progressive process. It tells you you have scanned 1, you have scanned 2, you have scanned 3. So if you scan 40, you will not be able to submit, because you have told the application that you are about to scan 50 bills, that is 50 barcodes, and you only scan 40. So it will capture all of that. So if we look here, we have reasons. The blue from the bar chart, those were bills that were successfully scanned that have barcode after we did a sample of 449 bills to see how they were scanned, to get reasons why they did not scan the 499. If you see there, 27 bills were unsuccessful with the scanning process, and there were reasons. One reason could be damage barcode. The barcode is there, it's damaged. You put the camera will not read it. Or the bill came without barcode. So all of those reasons are captured. So with this sample, we had 91% successful in the phase 2, what we did the sample. So if you see that out of 499, 472 bills were successfully scanned. So that gave us a clear indication that the process is good. It can be done, especially when we prepare properly for it and we don't move nets into warehouses before scanning process. Now, I'm not going to bother us with these benefits. They were already discussed. We see before distribution, data accuracy, the traceability and accountability. After distribution, we talk about reporting, audit, and verification, reverse logistics. Like we saw, where we saw leakage. So when we scan, it gives us an added advantage as to where the nets went. If there's a shortage, we know. And in the process, especially when we are reversing the nets, we know this quantity was sent to District X. So we know District X has distributed, probably 10 bills were sent, District X distributed 8. We expect 2 to come back as reverse logistics. Now, like I said, there were challenges, and we have recommendations. So if you look at the recommendations, most of the recommendations were what we were discussing previously. Now, standard operating procedure. I'm so happy that AMP, from the presentation, AMP is coming up to develop a standard SOP for bill scanning. Because you can introduce something when there's no standard procedure. So that's our recommendation. A well-defined SOP should be developed. Now, with Digit is good, user-friendly, flexible, but sometimes the flexibility has a limit. And one limit with Digit is if you make a mistake, and people, everyone is prone to error. Once you submit, you are done. You can't go back to it except you call eGov, and they do a back-end clearing for you. So we are hoping that they can make it a bit flexible if possible. And we talk about, we don't want the situation of stacking the net in warehouses before scanning starts. Obviously, you are not going to succeed, because it will require a lot of manpower to pull out 200 or 500 bills from a warehouse. You scan it, then you have the same people putting it back in the warehouse. That was a major challenge that we want to deal with, we want to do away with. Now, the bill scanning functionality is only on stock receipt. And if we talk about traceability, so if the member only scan if he receives, we feel that there will be some limitation. If it's possible, if we can have it on both received and issued. Another problem we had with Digit is when you are scanning, for example, you are scanning 50 bills. And if for any reason this phone goes into sleep mode, or you mistakenly press the back key, for the now you scan, everything lost. You have to restart. So we are recommending if there's a way of the application having a catch for barcode that have been scanned, so when those mistakes happen and you go back, at least you should have a means of starting from where you stop. But it's difficult and it's time consuming, and sometimes some of our warehouse supervisors just forget about it because you are scanning 100 bills, you scan 85, mistakenly you hit the bad key, all those scan lost. You have to restart. Then another thing we noticed, and I'm happy that it was being discussed, we were only scanning numbers, 18-digit numbers. No information in the numbers about the net. And I think this is one place that even before we came, we had a discussion with CRS, and we were all concerned. We just scanning numbers, 18-digit numbers. There's nothing in the numbers to tell us whether this is the bill, the nets, what's the quantity of the nets, when the net was manufactured, what is the type of nets, not we were just scanning numbers. And I'm happy that this was part of the discussion. So we said the information about the net must be included in future barcodes to ensure traceability and to ensure tracking and traceability. So we say thank you to all of you, and a special thanks to CRS that have been very helpful in supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alade. I think we have a lot of questions, but we will take the second presentation from DRC, Dr. Norris, to give us the experience on scanning individual bed nets.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Lors de la distribution des masses de moustiquaires, pour renforcer, pour donner le meilleur rendement de la gestion de milt, la RDC a utilisé la solution digitalisée avec, n'est-ce pas, la technique de Kiev pour le scannage de chaque moustiquaire. Où s'est passée cette activité? Ça s'est réalisé où? Ça, c'est la carte de la RDC. La RDC qui est le deuxième pays, n'est-ce pas, par rapport à la charge de la maladie. Le 2 avec le Nigeria, ils font déjà 40%, au moins 40%, n'est-ce pas? Donc, au moins de la moitié, n'est-ce pas, de cette charge. Nous sommes en 2024 et voici, n'est-ce pas, là où se trouve cette province. La RDC a 26 provinces et ici en 2024, nous sommes allés dans cette province. Juste une petite introduction, nous allons voir quels sont les objectifs et la méthodologie qui a été utilisée avant d'en tirer, n'est-ce pas, une conclusion. Comme vous savez, la distribution de moustiquaires, n'est-ce pas, c'est une stratégie capitale pour la lutte antivectorielle. Lorsque nous avons les données post-distribution et les données programmatiques, il y a des écarts qui se manifestent. Et ces écarts vont soit au niveau des relais communautaires sur le non-respect de clés de répartition, n'est-ce pas, clés de distribution de multes, ou la possibilité éventuellement de détournement. Et ce qui a fait que dans cette étude, nous explorons l'utilisation de la technologie QS Code pour renforcer, pour rendre le meilleur, n'est-ce pas, la meilleure gestion de ces milles au niveau de ménage. De l'activité se passe au niveau de ménage et nous suivons la traçabilité, n'est-ce pas, de tous ces moustiquaires distribués, chaque moustiquaire, où nous pouvons nous dire, nous allons améliorer, n'est-ce pas, la gestion et le suivi, n'est-ce pas, de toutes ces analyses. Quel est l'objectif qui a été poursuivi? Bien sûr, c'est l'amélioration de la qualité des données logistiques pendant les campagnes de distribution des moustiquaires. Nous nous sommes donné deux objectifs spécifiques. La première, c'est de montrer l'intérêt de scannage des moustiquaires dans la traçabilité, n'est-ce pas, jusqu'au niveau du bénéficiaire. Nous allons tracer, voir est-ce qu'il y a un intérêt, n'est-ce pas, par rapport à ces scannages. Deuxièmement, nous nous sommes dit comment le scannage peut réduire les écarts qu'on a constatés. Est-ce par rapport à la clé de répartition, la conformité a été suivie, ou alors l'éventuel détournement qui peut se faire. Donc, au travers de cette étude, nous allons donner des réponses, n'est-ce pas, à ces deux risques. Quelle est la méthodologie qui a été utilisée? Dans un premier temps, au niveau de la fabrication, déjà, au niveau de l'usine, on intègre ce code à chaque moustiquaire, déjà parti de l'usine. Et ces codes vont permettre à ce que nous puissions suivre individuellement
visually
chaque
track each mosquito net throughout the supply chain through scanning that we did. And whether we are at the depot, we scan at this level, and when we remove this mosquito net to go to a village, we scan it again. And before it is received, it is also scanned again. And the form that is filled in is sent to the surveyors, and this is the level where analyses are carried out, isn't it? For all those who are interested, in order for us to ensure better dissemination, and we ensure that we scan piece by piece. We fill in the form using our application, our scanning application, and we send this to the survey, and there is some visibility for analysis purposes and also decision making. So I'm not going to come a lot about, I'm not going to talk about this. This is a data collection application using a mobile phone, and the data collected is sent to the aggregated server, and this allows us to carry out analysis for decision-making purposes. So how are we working? There are two steps. The first thing is that we ensure that we are able to use the application. We download it on the telephone, and this allows us to once you have the form, you have to fill it in. So we put it in our telephone, and we detail it based on the parameters which have already been fixed. Once the information is captured in the form, it is ready to be sent, and we sent it to the server. And that's how we have visibility in order to carry out analysis, and users can be able to use this forms for decision-making purposes. So first of all, we have administrative data here. This is the province which has already been well mapped. We are in health areas, and we go up to the village. And so there are some administrative aspects which here, as you can see, it is Baore. For an example, there are 11 health districts in this area. We have Aketi, Ango, Buta. We go to health areas, and finally, we go up to the level of villages. In the form, of course, you have to register the head of the household, as you can see it here. This is they have you have to capture their details, their name. This is the form that we are using, and there we have to precise even their age group and up to the number of mosquito nets that we have to give to a given household. And these are some of the codes that we generated. And here we are giving you the model as you showed it. This contains the code which was registered from the factory with its characteristics. And here there are 48 characters that you must have for your code. If it is less, we do not accept it. So these are some of the characteristics as you showed them, isn't it? They are visible after scanning. And we emphasize on the fact that scan the mosquito nets. We have to scan all mosquito nets which have given some positive responses. And this is what we call scanned mosquito nets, but the non-scanned, these have been scanned, but the results were not positive. So what do we have by way of results in this province? With the support of our beneficiary, and Kwilu is here with us, and these main beneficiaries, Sairi, who is with us, and we would like to thank them in advance. And I think that each and every mosquito net has been scanned for the purposes of traceability. So I'm saying that codes are scanned at every step of distribution from the warehouse up to the household in order for us to be able to collect data in real time in terms of localities and numbers of mosquitoes nets which have been distributed. I'm not going to take a lot of time to discuss this slide. This is to just show you how things are happening on the ground. What is important here is especially the results of scanning. What results did we manage to have when we are in this province? We have a dashboard. This is what we are visualizing, and this allows us to ensure that all mosquito nets have been distributed after being scanned, and we can verify their characters based on the codes that we are going to have. And we have the 48 characters. They are decoded. Of course, we ignore anything that is less than 48 characters. We eliminate all duplicates, and we only use distributed mosquito nets as the denominators in terms of calculation. Everything that has been distributed, we use it, but we take into consideration how many mosquito nets were scanned and gave positive results, and the others which we we say non-scanned are the ones whose results were not positive after scanning. For example, there are you have like 38 or 48 characters, you could consider them, but for the rest, we do not consider them at all. And this dashboard also shows that there is some concern. It is there. It is in red. So we had ideally an equal number of mosquito nets and QR codes should be scanned. However, if the number of QR code is lower than the number of mosquito nets handed out, a red alert will be displayed to identify areas that are experiencing difficulties. What did you have as results when you look at the proportion of scanned mosquito nets with positive results and non-scanned mosquito nets, which means they were scanned but the results were negative? It seems that we already have a percentage of 53% out of the total number of mosquito nets which were scanned. So they were used after scanning. We have the positive scanned results. This is 42.5%. And this is something that's really positive. And non-scanned mosquito nets, they were scanned, but the responses were negative. The results were negative. This is around 47.5%. So we are insisting on this factor when it comes to mosquito nets which were scanned. This is scanned. This is something that's very, very important, and you have to consider it. We also have the proportion of scanned mosquito nets by health zone. There you can do some summary. I told you we have 11 health districts, and you can see this is a summary per health zone, and this gives us the percentages, as you can see here. When we try to see why mosquito nets did not give positive results as expected after scanning, we have a few reasons. We have around 7 reasons. Maybe the code was blurry QR codes, 26%. Maybe this code was blurry, and so it did not allow us to have a good response after scanning. This is the scan took too long. By example, 12% QR code was too small, and we couldn't scan it. 3.6%. Or maybe the label was missing. That was 2.5%. Insufficient lighting during scanning, 1.7%, and there are other issues. We have other problems that we described in order for us to see why we have all these results. Other issues could be something to do with the humidity. This can lead to a situation where the response is not positive. Sometimes the code is not available, or maybe other difficulties that came about. So there we just wanted to explore the various reasons for which scanning was not positive. The reasons for non-scanning by health area, we went into each and every health zone, and we did this analysis to see why we did not have positive scan results. Was the proportion of scanned mosquito nets vis-a-vis what we were supposed to distribute? I told you the denominators were what we were supposed to distribute, but there were some nets which were not distributed due to negative results after scanning. And here we tried to establish this proportion of scanned vis-a-vis non-scanned nets. Some recommendations that we came up with, we said that we have to one, three major recommendations. We already discussed it before our presentation here. In order to be able from the beginning to communicate, to use a database containing all codes upfront. Secondly, we should be able to clearly define and communicate the exact size of the decryption. We should all have this, and this is going to allow us to see the various failures that we are going to have during scanning, because sometimes you scan and the result is not positive. This should allow us to have in real time the right elements that can allow us to monitor the campaign as a whole. And in conclusion, we are saying that that the use of QR code-based tracking was a major step forward in ITN management and the campaign and monitoring of our activities, because we are able to locate and see the number of mosquito nets which were distributed, and thanks to this application, we can see this in real time. And this we have to improve on transparency and accuracy when it comes to our campaign. We are going to also improve efficiency of our operations in order to have good results. So this system allows us to have real-time overview of campaign performance as we carry it out, and this also enables us to take well-informed decision making, and we can rapidly correct any discrepancies during our campaign. And if you look at all these recommendations, I think that this is going to allow us to improve the reliability of data, as we said it from the beginning, and there is also the efficiency of the process itself in terms of distribution. And we are also going to strengthen the general campaign, generally the campaign. So this is, in a nutshell, this is what we were able to do in the province of Baole. I think that there is colleagues from IMA who could compliment me, because he is the one who implemented this application. Maybe they can make some comments to compliment me. Thank you very much.
Good. I think I've just been given some chocolates to be given to us, meaning we are doing well. So I think we had two wonderful presentations, one on bail, one on the individual net. I have some questions, but I'm sure we may also have some. So let's open up. Any questions? Okay, first two here. Let's start from here.
Okay, merci bien. J'ai deux questions. La première, c'est au Libéria. Félicitations aux deux présentateurs tout d'abord. Pour Libéria, je voudrais comprendre, il a signalé quand même quelques cas de non-scannage. Mais est-ce que de doublons plutôt, excuse-moi, de doublons, mais est-ce que ces doublons, ils ont pu comprendre comment c'est arrivé? Parce que lors de la digitalisation pour les cartes individuelles, nous avons aussi souvent ces cas de doublons. Est-ce qu'ils ont pu aujourd'hui trouver une solution, ou bien ils ont des des pistes de solutions à cela. Maintenant, pour les collègues du Nigeria, RDC, excuse-moi, je veux comprendre, la dernière partie, il a présenté des informations pertinentes, mais comment ces informations ont été obtenues? La dernière partie du résultat, là où il a donné les explications les 52% de réussite et les 48%, on peut comprendre. Mais le détail des 52%, comment ils ont obtenu? Est-ce qu'il y a eu une évaluation plus tard qui a permis d'avoir ces informations ou c'était fait en même temps? Parce que si c'est fait en même temps, ça donne la latitude aux gens de choisir ces réponses au lieu de faire l'activité. Mais si c'est une étude, bon, là je pourrais comprendre. Donc s'il peut donner des clarifications là-dessus. Merci. En tout cas, félicitations aux deux pays.
Bon, en fait, merci beaucoup. Mon collègue a déjà posé la question que je voulais poser, mais de façon plus claire, je vais poser le problème. En fait, déjà, un grand félicitations à eux pour avoir pu obtenir 52%. Ma question, c'est pour les 47% où les moustiquaires n'ont pas pu être comment on appelle, scannés. Je suppose que dans l'outil, ils ont prévu, par exemple, la non-raison du non-scannage de ces outils-là. Si tel est le cas, est-ce que le fait de donner la possibilité, par exemple, si au cas où on n'arrive pas à scanner, est-ce que le fait de donner les possibilités à l'agent de pouvoir sélectionner les non-raisonnements ou les non-raisons du non-scannage, est-ce que cela n'induit pas ou en tout cas permet à l'agent de pouvoir faire la distribution sans scanner? Donc je ne sais pas s'ils ont fait des études par rapport à ça, mais c'est bien quand même s'ils peuvent aussi voir ce côté-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. En réalité, toutes les moustiquaires ont été scannés. Quand on parle de, c'est peut-être les vocabulaires qui n'a pas été bien présenté, toutes les moustiquaires ont été scannés et nous avons eu 52% de réussite de scannage. C'est-à-dire des scannages pour lesquels nous avons eu des informations. Mais parmi toutes les moustiquaires, il y a des moustiquaires qu'on a scannés dont on n'a pas eu les résultats. Et c'est ça qui constitue les 48%. Et dans notre formulaire, parce que c'était un formulaire intégré, c'était un formulaire intégré pour toutes les données de la campagne. En fait, quand on arrive devant les ménages, on commence avec tout ce qu'il y a comme, on fait la sélection des villages, tout ça. Avant les données, notre ami hier a présenté comment on remplit les formulaires. Et quand on arrive au scannage, on scanne, si ça tient, parce que c'est le relais communautaire qui fait ça, quand ça tient, il passe. Quand ça ne tient pas, on ne lui demande pas trop de temps de continuer à essayer, parce qu'il a beaucoup de travail à faire. Si pour un seul moustiquaire doit recommencer 2 ou 3 fois ou 4 fois, ça serait énorme comme travail, peut-être il n'arrivera pas à la fin. Le principe était que quand vous essayez de scanner et que ça ne marche pas, vous donnez la raison et vous passez. On ne cherchait pas à tout prix à scanner parce que compte tenu de la charge de travail, ça allait être énorme. C'est comme ça qu'au premier scannage, si ça réussit, il prend. Si ça ne réussit pas, il y avait une possibilité de choisir la cause. On a donné des causes. Il y a eu 7 causes qui étaient énumérées. Et il y a eu d'autres aussi, et ils ont énuméré. On a montré aussi les autres causes. En fait, c'est ça. Ça pouvait être bien, mais compte tenu de la charge du travail, on ne pouvait pas demander au RICO d'avoir les résultats à tout prix. Voilà un peu, je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à la préoccupation.
I think, Alade, you can also respond. Please kindly keep the questions very brief, straight to the point. So we are against time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The question of how did we trace the unscanned bills? Now, like I said in the presentation, we visited those warehouses and we saw the bills. And for every bill that was not scanned, that bill was marked. And we did a counter verification, we ourselves. We took the phones, especially so when the bill had the sticker. So once a sticker was on the bill, we also did a counter verification to see as to whether that bill did not scan because probably the barcode was damaged as a result of scratch. And for those that did not have the sticker at all, they were also captured. So like I said, there were two main reasons why bills were not scanned. One, the barcode was damaged. Two, the bill came without barcode. That is moving the bills from the port to the pre-positioning or to the regional warehouse, from regional warehouse to district warehouse. Some of those papers dropped from the bills, so there was absolutely no barcode on the bills. So all those bills that were not scanned, they were marked. So when we got there, we knew that, yes, this was the problem and that was the problem. Over.
Okay, so maybe I take one here. Yep.
I would like to, first of all, congratulate to these two countries, Liberia and DRC. In DRC's presentation, they only mentioned that in their presentation, DRC mentioned that they only scan bills. So how do they get traced to individual nets? And the second question, which is goes to Liberia, they mentioned that the QR code generated by themselves, and again they mentioned that some QR codes are mismatched to the number of characters that has been required. How does that happen? Although the system is seems complex on negative and positive, I don't know. That could be need also a further clarification. Over.
Maybe one more question before we, yes.
The mic is there already. Can I?
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to say thank you to all the two presenters. Well, my question goes to DRC. I think it's a very good initiative for us to be scanning our individual net packages. But my question is that, how long does this take? Because I think you mentioned that during the distribution, you have to scan before you distribute. I was just thinking of the time that is spent. Did they calculate the time that to distribute one net cost, the time that will involve in distributing one net? Because you think about the beneficiaries, they don't have time. So I just want to know whether you would consider the time that was used to distribute the net, one net to them initially.
Very good question. Maybe one more before. Yes, yeah. I'll come to you though. Let's start with this man first.
Thank you. Once again, thanks so much. I'll speak in French for DRC because the question is for them. Bon, pour la RDC, vous disiez que vous allez faire du scannage avant la distribution, en tout cas pour donner les bêtenets ou en tout cas les moustiquaires aux bénéficiaires. Moi, je trouve que l'approche elle est bonne dans l'ensemble, mais il me semble que ça pourrait être, ça pourrait tirer ou en tout cas donner lieu à une, par exemple, à une non-conformité ou en tout cas à une dilapidation des bêtenets. Par exemple, est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme pour contrôler la conformité par rapport aux moustiquaires qui seront donnés? Parce que justement, si toutefois le moustiquaire n'est pas scanné, ou en tout cas relais communautaire le marque comme non scanné, est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme pour savoir réellement que ça a été un problème de non-scannage ou pas? Parce que si c'est une personne qui est mal intentionnée, peut-être elle peut dire qu'elle a été non scannée, alors que normalement elle devait être distribuée et elle la prend pour revendre dans d'autres circuits. Merci.
Let's have some responses first. So first with DRC.
Oui, merci beaucoup. En fait, il y a eu deux expériences. Je pense que le collègue, quand il a commencé, il a présenté la carte du pays. Il a montré deux provinces, la province de Kwilu et la province de Bazouili. En 2022, c'est la province de Kwilu qui avait fait le scannage de Balo. En fait, c'est un scannage administratif. Et ce scannage-là, en fait, c'est nous-mêmes qui avons initié même les QR codes et nous les avons élaborés nous-mêmes. Et on a commencé, quand on amène le ballot au niveau de la zone de santé, on scanne le ballot à la réception au niveau de la zone de santé. Et le départ de la zone de santé vers l'aire de santé, on scanne encore le ballot. Et de l'aire de santé, du centre de santé, vers les villages, on scanne le ballot. En 2022, il n'y avait pas le scannage dans les ménages. En fait, c'était un suivi plus administratif parce que ça s'est passé dans les structures sanitaires du ministère. Donc, c'était la première fois en 2022. C'est pour voir un peu la traçabilité. C'est pour suivre même à distance le mouvement des moustiquaires de l'arrivée à la zone de santé jusqu'au village. La deuxième expérience, c'est celui de Bazouele de 2024. Là, on n'a pas scanné, on n'a pas fait le scannage administratif. On a fait seulement le scannage à la communauté. C'est comme ça qu'on avait demandé à l'AMF de nous envoyer de moustiquaires déjà scannés à partir de l'usine, déjà imprimé à partir, et puis déjà installé sur la moustiquaire à partir de l'usine, et non sur le ballot. Sur le ballot, c'était en 2022, et c'est nous-mêmes qui avons fait ça. Et en 2024, on a imprimé et on a mis le code QR sur la moustiquaire. Alors, c'est là qu'on va poser la question, ça va pas prendre beaucoup de temps, c'est vrai, ça va ajouter un peu de temps. C'est comme ça que, en remettant ça, on a demandé au RECO de scanner une fois. Si le scannage ne tient pas, il ne faut pas insister sur une seule moustiquaire. Donc on prend les données du premier scannage. Si ça ne réussit pas, on passe. Parce que si on doit passer, essayer 2 ou 3 ou 4 fois sur une même moustiquaire, il aura beaucoup de travail. Même là aussi, il y avait déjà du travail. Et c'est comme ça un peu que nous avons eu cet exercice-là ce résultat de 52%. C'est au premier scannage. Quand ça rate, on donne seulement la raison et puis on continue parce qu'il doit distribuer tout le moustiquaire. Alors quant à la formité, en fait, le résultat se retrouve dans le même serveur avec toutes les autres informations de la distribution. Il n'y a pas seulement les informations du scannage. Toutes les informations du ménage, la quantité de moustiquaires ici se trouve dedans. Mais ça nous permet quand même de savoir, nous avons les moustiquaires distribués, mais nous avons aussi des moustiquaires pour lesquels, je dirais, le scannage a réussi. Les 52%. Je sais pas.
Juste compléter par rapport à la question du collègue qui demandait, poser la question sur les risques par rapport aux relais qui seraient mal intentionnés. En fait, le scannage était un pilote. Ça veut dire que les mécanismes de contrôle habituels étaient en place. À chaque fin de journée, les moustiquaires distribués, qui sont les chiffres qui ressortent du formulaire, remontent, et en fin de journée, l'infirmier titulaire et les relais communautaires font la réconciliation des données par rapport aux moustiquaires qu'ils avaient amenés sur le terrain et les stocks qu'ils ont ramenés au niveau du dépôt. Et il y a les superviseurs indépendants qui est un contrôleur supplémentaire du SR qui se rajoute au binôme relais communautaire infirmier titulaire pour vérifier la conformité des quantités distribuées par rapport aux reliquats qui reviennent. Donc les mécanismes de contrôle habituels étaient en place. Et parce que nous savions qu'il s'agissait d'un pilote et que donc on pouvait avoir des ratés. Et c'est justement pourquoi je comprends les collègues qui s'inquiétaient du fait qu'on laisse les récos passer et parfois ne pas scanner. Parce que pour nous, il s'agissait de voir que les récos fassent ressortir vraiment ce qu'ils vont avoir comme difficulté. Et si le temps ne permet pas qu'ils ne le fassent pas, qu'ils disent « je ne l'ai pas fait parce que je n'ai pas voulu le faire » pour garder mon temps de travail. Et donc c'était une expérience pilote qui devait rester ouvert et il n'y avait pas de contraintes que nous voulions mettre sur les récos. C'était une expérience d'apprentissage pour nous-mêmes. Ça nous a permis de savoir plus ou moins quels sont les facteurs les éléments qui pourraient être des obstacles pour le scannage, pour nous permettre de faire des feedbacks à l'AMF, aux fabricants. Et donc vraiment, c'était encore une expérience d'apprentissage et qui n'avait pas besoin de mettre des contraintes sur les relais communautaires.
I think maybe I allow Alade to respond. And then we have coffee, the coffee break is up, but Alade, maybe you can respond. Then, okay, you take your question, please.
Okay. You take another question?
No, go ahead.
All right,
After you.
so my brother is concerned about how did we trace the individual nets since our scanning was only, we did bill scanning. So just to let him know that for Liberia, our level of visibility was at warehouse level. So we did not go down to distribution level, because if we were to go to distribution level, then it meant that the nets in the bill, each net would have had a unique identifier. But for our level, all of the nets had almost the same identifier, so our visibility did not go that level. And this is one of the discussions we are having presently in country with the 2027 campaign as to at what level we want to move the bill scanning. And this is a discussion with CRS, the NMCP, and our partners. But for the 2024, we were only looking at, because we were introducing bill scanning, so we only look at it at the warehouse level. I hope that is clear. Thank you.
And the time it takes for you to scan, can you also address that?
The time for scanning, once you have the phones, in fact, the camera is so sensitive that the moment it goes closer to the barcode, it picks up and it gives you a sound. So it takes like less than a minute, except where you are not positioning the phone directly over the code. But once the phone is positioned over the barcode, in a minute, less than a minute, you have a scan. So the scanning was not the problem. The problem was that some of the code just could not be scanned, but the scanning was very, very easy and very quick.
Thank you. Let's take one more question. My friend here has had his hand out for long. Then we can go for coffee and come back. Yes.
Yes, thank you. During the Liberia presentation, he mentioned something like scanning duplication. So I would like to share here with us the many factors or reason of that duplication scanning, and maybe how the team or which strategy the team adopt to fix that duplication, because we in Mozambique are using Digit or Salama as a platform to do campaigns. Thank you.
Yes, Aladi.
Okay, so let me come to, for Liberia, you have duplicate in the system. That is, if you scan a bill and you do not move that bill away from the rest of the bills, you are going to scan a bill 2 times. So the duplication came about as the result of scanning a single bill more than 1 time. And if you, the next thing we notice is that
And actually it had to do with conversion factor, because in the digit, they had to convert from bills to pieces. So for a few of them that miss the conversion factor, where they should have put bills, they put pieces. So instead of the man scanning 10 bills, he may put 10 times 5, he put 500, or 10 times 50, he put 500 bills. Instead of putting 10 bills, he put 500 bills. So in that process, you are going to load more than what you scan. So, and we experienced that a lot. Remember again, I said this was one of the serious problems we had, because we could not correct it once the data was submitted. So we had to call eGov and tell them that there has been an error, there has been a duplicate. Can you please delete that whole transaction? Because the only way you can solve that problem is that the entire transaction is deleted and you have to redo the scanning. So, and this is why I said, if it is, that flexibility is not there once you submit, you can't do anything. You have to rely on the developer at the back end to delete that whole transaction for you to rescan.
Thank you. I think there are still a lot of questions, but maybe we should go for the coffee, come back, and then I will allow Chris to clarify a few things, then we go into the demo. So if you can take it and come back, I think it will be great so that we can close early. So you grab your coffee or tea, and then you come back so we can continue.
Hope you are sufficiently caffeinated. Before we go into the demo of eGov, I wanted to return to some content that came out of the Liberia presentation regarding the information on the label. And so I'm going to return to the label that I projected during my part of today's session. And if you recall, this is the sample bale label. And I think the response from Liberia was when they scanned this label, there wasn't any information. And so I'm not sure about the process or the platform that was using it, but my recommendation is actually, this is when I would be receiving this bale, I would be looking at it as a two-stage process, because the first stage of the process pertains to this row, which is, what am I? What is being scanned? And if we look at these numbers again and we break them down, the information is saying this is a bale of nets manufactured by XYZ. There are 50 of them in this bale, and here's the lot number, and here's when they were manufactured. So the first step in the receiving process would be, what is it? Scan. And then the next opportunity is to say, which one of those things is it? And then you get down to the second row, which is the unique serial number for that unique bale. So if you do the two-stage process, you say, what am I? Which one am I? Then you have a complete record. That might address some of the conversation that was going on from the recommendation out of the Liberia report. So I'm going to hand it over to our counterparts at eGov to actually give us a demonstration of their tool. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hervé Mneza. I am a program manager for eGov, and I basically am based in Mozambique, and I lead the implementation for eGov. So, sorry, can we change? So what we're going to do is basically go through the application, the digit, basically, doing bill scanning, and then we're going to showcase how to do the BedNet scanning. First, who has Android device here? Can just raise hand, Android device with them, because it will be more practical if Android device.
Android phone, if
Android
you have
phone.
an Android phone. Orange shared a link a few minutes ago or about an hour ago with us. There's the APK of the application. If you look at your last email from Orion, we should find that, but unfortunately it's only for Android, so we have to share with our colleagues. You can click on that link and download the platform.
I want to use from there.
Yeah, and then you use.
Because I need to project. But okay, no problem. Do from there.
Okay.
And I will use.
You can use this one.
No, it's not going to work. Any other solution?
Because this one is not working.
This is not working. Okay. Okay, just project from now, and then we're going to see. Okay.
Can you put it back again? I don't know how. Oh, put at gmail.com. Can you put my phone? My phone.
Thank you. Are you able to continue, or how much time?
That means 5 minutes to continue. Yes, it's better.
People are logging in, they need password. Did you announce the password? Okay, so yeah, I think we can just let people know that.
I haven't received the email yet.
Okay, so thanks everyone, and really appreciate. Let me use.
Want to make sure you're okay.
Yes.
Hello, yes. So thank you all for your input before the coffee break, and I really appreciated the volume of questions that had come to the DRC and Liberia teams. It clearly shows there's a lot of interest in understanding the potential here. One thing that did come across quite clearly from both the DRC and Liberia cases, at least to me, was that these are early implementations, tests, and we still have quite a long road to go to realizing or unlocking the full value from scanning of these standardized labels. And I say that because in the Liberia case, when we looked at the numbers, when they scanned the bales, they only scanned a small fraction of their initial ambition. And even what they did scan, there were a decent percentage that had errors, right? Which is either because the barcode was not readable, or it was absent, or whatever the reason might be. And then in some cases, the reason wasn't recorded in that first pilot phase. So what I'm trying to say is there were operational challenges to work through. And then the value, when you think of the questions, which is we were just recording the numbers, then that doesn't give you much value in terms of the use cases that Chris outlined earlier. You're not using it to actually answer your questions about, is the net in the right place? Do I have the right net? Do I have the net I'm expecting? All of those things. And so my question, or this session, about 10 minutes of me talking, is about how can you decide what do you need to do to actually unlock that value and decide if investing in barcode scanning, putting in the effort to do it, is right for your situation, right? That's the question I want to walk us through. And what I'm going to do is think of the use cases for a second, right? So when we had those 6 squares that Chris put up, no, there's no slides. I'm just thinking back to the use cases that Chris had put up with leakage as one of them. There was a lot of interest in leakage. But then there were other questions about process efficiency. There were questions about automation of your data capture, right, through that process efficiency. And so how do you think through whether you're going to be able to get the value, and then what steps do you need to take to be able to get that value? So let's think of an example scenario just to have some numbers in our mind, right? Let's think of a country, and this is just for some quick mental calculations. Let's think of a country that's distributing 5 million nets in its campaign, and then for the cost of this campaign, the cost of each net is $3, and all the costs of distribution, including the supply chain costs and all other costs like SBCC, supervision, training, all of it, is about $2 per net. So in total, we have 5 million nets, $5 per net, 3 of which is the net cost, 2 of which are all other delivery costs. So that's your example scenario in mind. Now let's think through, okay, what value can I realize by implementing scanning at scale and reliably? If we think of the one use case where people were most interested and asked a lot of questions, if we think of leakage, right? In this toy example I'm giving you, let's say you do have a leakage problem in your country, and let's say it applies to 10% of nets, right? So you're distributing those nets, and then 10% of them are not getting to intended recipients. They're being diverted, and whatever else is happening to them. So in our toy example, at 10% of the cost of 10% of 5 million nets is 500,000 nets. At $3 a net, that's 1.5 million, right? If you were able to eliminate or really shrink that leakage for your program, that's a $1.5 million return. Right? So that's one toy example to think through value. I'm not saying you have 10% leakage. It may not apply to your situation, but you can think of, what's my situation? Do I think I have a leakage problem? How big is that leakage problem? Let me mentally size what that benefit might be. Right. Similarly, for counterfeit nets, where you might be if somebody is placing substandard nets there instead, and then if you were able to identify that these nets are not the ones I'm expecting, or they don't have the standard labels I'm expecting, which tells me these are not the nets that should be here, then you can apply a similar value calculation, right? So what percent of nets, what's the cost of those nets? And so let's say in that case, also you had a similar sized benefit to your leakage problem. So I'm just talking through some of the benefits, but now how do you realize those benefits? You realize that through reliable operations at scale, right? And right now we don't have reliable operations because we are in early testing. But think about the private sector, right? Can we get there? World over, the world over, everywhere you go, products do have barcodes. And these are GS1 standard compliant barcodes. And they're using them because they do offer all these benefits. They offer the traceability, they offer the verification, they offer the process automation and reduction of effort. So that tells me when they have these pressures of profit, of improving their operations, they're making these decisions, and this has been adopted. This is like an absolute standard the world over, right? Almost any product you see will have it. Going back to the bottle example that Chris provided, not looking at the QR code, there is also another linear barcode on that bottle, right? That is very likely a GS1 compliant barcode, and that's going to apply to every product. So if we are able to work at it, improve our reliability in our operations, and this is not only you implementing in countries, this is us, all of us as partners, right? You telling us right now the labels, they fall off or they get scraped off. We take that to the manufacturers, we give them that feedback, which we've given them in December at a manufacturer summit, saying right now the label quality isn't good enough. They get smudged, they fall off, they tear. Can we work together to improve it? That's how we get that reliability in the operations. And then you're able to achieve some of the benefits you want about the reduction of leakage and the ability to trace. The last point I'll make is about efficiency, like your process automation, right? In these examples, the reason why it might seem a little burdensome, like we're investing time, we're investing effort, right? People are having to align, the Liberia example, they're having to align the bales, they're having to scan them, there are lots of extra effort, and it's not clear yet to them what the benefit was. And here I want to say that if we get it right, the reason why it's extra effort right now is because it's not replacing steps. It's adding, you're doing everything that you would otherwise do for your campaign, and then you're adding on the scanning. That's because we don't have it reliable at scale. So you're still counting manually, and then you're also scanning. You're still filling in your compliance forms on paper, but you're also scanning. So then that's adding effort. But that's because we're in the testing phase together. And these were really useful learnings to share. But the end goal we're working towards is not that this is an addition, but rather a replacement of some of the process steps, right? That's the only use case in which the barcode scanning starts making real sense, is if instead of manually counting, you can rely on your scan to give you your count. And if instead of filling in your compliance forms manually by paper, that I had these many nets at this fixed distribution point, and this is how much I expected, et cetera, and then that being aggregated up, that we rely on the scan to do that. And so if we get to that reliable operations at scale, we actually, this is then becomes not an effort investment, not an operational addition, not extra effort, but an effort saving. And it becomes a place where the efficiencies we now need in our resource constrained environment about being able to deliver more efficiently, the label scanning can help achieve that, in addition to your leakage, counterfeit, other questions that you had about traceability. So that was the last point I wanted to make, which is this can be an effort saver. But to close, I'll say we are not there yet. It's clear we're not there yet. We're very early. And I really thank you for sharing the lessons from your first few tests so that we can take those lessons, understand what are the challenges, make improvements so that we can get to that reliable at-scale operation as fast as we can. And honestly, we even need to tighten that learning loop, because if the tests are happening and then we learn about it a year later and then we go and try and implement changes another year, right now we don't have that luxury, right? We talked about it in the first 2 days that we're entering a time of great change and resource constraints. And so this only makes sense if we're able to make it work relatively quickly. But if we're able to make it work, there is a lot of potential. That's the message I want to end with. Over. Thank you.
Okay, now I think it's working. So as I was saying, we're going to do basically two demos, one for bell scanning and other for bednet scanning, and using digit XCM. So digit XCM basically allow to do scanning for bell, tracking the bells from warehouse, and also scanning of bed nets that is at the last mile of delivery, in that case. Question that we want to answer on bell scanning is the correct NTN product, how many are there, where did it or they go, and where did they or it came from. So we're going to do it practically. Who has installed the APK, then it can follow as we go through it. So the first part is on the for the field, right? The warehouse manager, how they are going to scan, and then I'm going to show how to start the report and have basically the analysis on the data that was collected. So from who have installed the application, this is the first screen. I'm going to provide the credentials. And what we're going to do, we are going to track the bed nets from the national warehouse to district warehouse, province warehouse, and then to this warehouse. So this is the stuff we're going to do right now. So the bed net will go through those warehouses, and then we're going to trace it. So let me help everyone here. The first step here is to do the login using the current warehouse credentials. That's basically everyone we're going to play with has it was the warehouse of a national the warehouse manager of a national warehouse. So the username is this one, and so you have to write this username, and this will be the password. The first line here, can you see it? The username here. WH manager .6 here. eGov with capital G, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait, let me just project and you will see here from my laptop, from my. So can you see it? The user ID is this one. You can see it, okay.
Is there any space before the eGov?
No, just put WH manager 6. This is the username, right? No, no, no. And the last one is just the password. Okay. eGov with capital G. So let's just give 30 seconds to log in for everyone. So once you put the user ID and password, so this is basically the user ID from the warehouse manager. It's mandatory to accept the privacy policy, and then we can log in, clicking the button to log in. Let me do this. Okay, more 1 minute to log in. The first one is the user, and the second one is the password. Just to sense in the room who have already logged in. Okay. And who is still logging in? Okay. More 30 seconds and then we can move. All done? Okay, perfect. So the first screen is basically to indicate which boundary you are. This is the this national warehouse. So we're going to put the country. As I come from Mozambique, just put there Mozambique. I'm going to select one of this is the demi data. Approve is demi data, and the district, admin post, locality, and basically village that I am, and I'm going to submit. So this basically will be the first screen for the warehouse manager. And what we're going to explore here, it is the to manage stock. Okay?
Sorry, can I go back a bit?
Yes.
You said Mozambique, is it mandatory to follow exactly what you're putting?
No, you can follow the other. Yes. Currently, only we have Mozambique, but you can go and select yes another province. So we are 5 steps for the funny part. Okay, can we move? I think yes, right? Okay, so where we are going to click the first card is managing stock. So I am the national warehouse manager, and what I'm going to do right now is to send some bells to the province warehouse manager. So how we're going to do that in the application? First, we're going to click to manage stock, the first card. Oops, I just double click it. So once I click to manage a card, I have a couple of options, types of transaction that I can do in the application. I'm going to, as we want to send stock, we want to stack some bells to the province warehouse. So I'm going to put here record stock issued. And once I click the record stock issues, it's going to ask me which warehouse I'm working right now. And I'm going to select this, the facility storage base highlines. This is the national warehouse. So basically has a national warehouse manager. I can work in different warehouses. So this is where I select which warehouse I'm doing that transaction. And I have selected the facility storage base highlines. So just want to check if everyone is here. If someone has some doubts, so please raise a hand so I can stop. Okay. So do we do question right now, or we follow? Just want to understand from. Yeah, they can go. Okay, please.
Can we change the date of
the transaction
of receipt? I'm thinking here, in case that we want to do an historical data entry, is it possible? Because here it's.
Yes. So that is basically a customization that to enable to edit the date of the transaction. But currently, right now, just to have more data integrity, we're not allowing to change the dates. So if each one, the same way that you fill the stock form the same day, you should also log the date on the same day. But yes, that is possible to enable the field to change the date. Okay, so I'm going to move. So remember what we want? We want to send some bells. So the first point here is which product we are going to send. The bed net. Let me do it. Stock issue 2. So here is where I indicate which warehouse I'm going to send the bed net. And let me just. So we're going to send to facility storage grained Gende. That will be the 5th facility here. Oops. So if you go, the 5th facility here is the one I'm going to select because this is the province warehouse. And the quantity, depending on the quantity, but just to ease, this is the size, I'm going to put 5. 5 quantity, well bill number, 1, 2, 3. I'm just putting some them number, them data. Quantity indicated on well bill, also 5, and transportation type that it came from bus, and the vehicle plate number, we're going to put AB123. And if there's any comment I can put here, just going to write MP as a comment. So I'm just going, I was filling it, now let me explain field by field. So we have to indicate where we are going to issue the stock, and then the quantity we are going to issue, 5. The way bill number, quantity indicated on the way bill, the transport that we're going to use, and the vehicle number that is going of the vehicle that is going to go there. So the funny part here and what we are going to demo right now is after I fill that, I can scan the bills and go to those 5 bills to indicate those codes in the application. I don't know if we also shared a couple of samples of QR codes, G1, GS1, I don't know, did we share it? No? That PDF. Okay, let me just at least show. How to scan? Basically, we have the button below, scan bills. Once we click the button, it will open the camera of the phone, and it will start, looking for QR codes. 2 things happen here, right? The first, it validates if is the right type of QR code that we want to scan. I'm going to just give you an example. I have here in my notebook a QR code, and I'm going to try to scan it. And I receive a message saying that this QR code is not in the format that is supposed to be. So this is the first validation. The second validation is also the number of QR code to scan. So if I have said that I want to scan 5, so if I go beyond 5, it will also say that you are scanning more than what it was supposed. The third one is also validation on the in memory of the application. So I cannot scan twice the same code. Just while the team is preparing. So I have some simple here. I'm going to do it, and then we can come and scan on the real bills or here on the screen. So basically, you just have to point. I'm going also to enable some sound. If it's scanned correctly, it will show a good sign saying that you have already scanned it. If you try to repeat the bar, it will give an error. Okay, I'm going to just give maybe 2 minutes for everyone to scan. So you have to do is just continue scanning until you reach the number of bells that you are required. So just keep scanning.
But this shouldn't be bales because these are not on the bales. The 2Ds, they're only on the lines. these are the right 2D data matrices, but this only occurs on individual nets. On the bales, there's only the linear barcode. So we should be, this is the net scanning demo.
What did you say to me that is the same, yeah, that the person is the same thing, but they can then change it on the application.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Then the other change which Chris will also tell me is to not call it a scan QR code. We can change that language to scan 2D barcode.
Yeah, yes,
To the QR code because that goes to a
yes. But I also saw in the bill the same type of in the bill. More 1 minute.
I mean, I scan it this one, the format is not the same as the other.
Okay.
Because that one, I'm scanning from the bednet, there.
You can delete here.
Okay, so could I continue?
Yes.
No, so yeah, this one does have one, but it's not a requirement. So we told that this is not required for all.
Okay. Also there.
You can scan those, the labels on
Sorry?
It says resource not correct,
yeah.
right? It says.
When you try the second time, that is allowed. Okay. Basically, this is what is getting, and this is conversion, what is getting. Yeah. If you want to delete, just can click here to delete and scan again. Yeah. Sorry?
I can submit now.
Yeah, you can submit if you want. There's full resource. It will, if you had put 5, it will say that you need to keep scanning.
But is it normal they have the same?
This is.
I'm scanning the 5 from the row and just scan again.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
So now, if you scan this,
Yeah, but
this is the code.
yeah.
Is this the code?
Yeah, but it's better to scan there because this code is not. Yeah, this is the code. Can you scan it? Yeah, the source scan. So it's better to have it there. But it's better to scan there.
Can I submit?
Well, one is to scan that one. Just have one.
Oh.
Yes, good. Because of the shadow. Because of the shadow. Yeah, the shadow is not allowing. Yeah. But if you want, you can come here to come here. If you want, you can come and scan here.
Go.
That's good for me. Yeah. This, because it's quickly, if it doesn't go, just start moving. And, yes.
What I want to get.
1, 2, 3, 4. You can submit like that because it's not mandatory. That's just for
What I want to get now. So I've scanned one. Now, how do I see the information in this code?
I'm going to show you them because they report it and take out. Yeah.
So because that's the remember that was the concern.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that there should be 18 digits.
Yeah, but in the report you want to see, just show, we capture all the information, but just show the last one, but in the report you want to see. Okay. The password. So let me also, while we are finalizing there, some learning came from different implementation, and one from Liberia that they have said that if you scan, right, and by mistake you click back button, you lose all the information, and that was taken into consideration and implemented into the application. Now you can go back and come, you will see all the scans that have been done until the moment. So if you have 100 bales to scan, you can go through them and go back and come to the screen, and you continue with your work. You will not be lost. That is one of the improvement that was done in the application. And so other thing I want to highlight, if some mistake you have scanned the wrong code, you can come here. You have a bin, right? Bin icon. You can then click it to delete. If you have said that you have 5, but basically I have only scanned 4. If I submit it, it will ask me to continue scanning because there is more to be scanning. I'm just going to save and close, and I'm going to submit. So this is where we submit the data. And while we submit, also we capture the geolocation of where this transaction is happening. Besides the user, we also capture the time, also capture the geolocation. So the green screens indicate that we have successfully recorded this transaction. Okay, it's done. We have green screens, right? We have more green screens.
If you scan less than 5, it's going to ask you that the question that came that you said 5, but you scan less than 5. If you take save and close, you are not supposed to, it should not allow you to submit, because once it is less than 5, you have to give reason why it is less than 5. But what I noticed here, it allowed me to submit.
Yes.
Why?
Okay, so there's different implementation, right, and customization. For this demo, we are allowing to continue without finalizing the number of resources to scan. But that is a customization. If it is necessary to be mandatory, then you can customize the application to be mandatory, and then it will not allow to scan less resource, or even require the comments. I can give you an example. What we have in Mozambique. In Mozambique, it's not mandatory to complete all the resources, but in Liberia it's mandatory. And also we have, also in Mozambique, if you do reconciliation and the numbers doesn't match between what is theoretical and what is physical, it's mandatory to put a comment. You cannot submit without a comment. So this is a kind of customization that you can do right to the application. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay, perfect. So I just want to be aware of the time. Robert, how much time do you have? 5 minutes. Oh, for 5 minutes, we just did the one transaction for the province. The same thing will happen if you, what we had prepared was to go through the country warehouse and go to the province and then go to the district, right? And then do the same thing for the bed net. But because of the time, we're going to skip those, and then I'm going to generate a report to see the data, how that data is there. One thing that I forgot to ask you was to put your name on the comments. That's so that you can see your name there. As I forgot to say, but we are going to see the data that you have submitted in the report. And okay. So beside for digital SCM, we have the dashboard where you can see the KPIs, right? This is more detailed data, right? Because you want to see all the codes that were scanned. So this we export it in Excel file so that the team can analyze. So for each warehouse manager, you're going to see how many bills he scanned. So I'm going to generate a new report. This is called Jupyter Notes. Is where you extract the reports. So when you use digital SCM, you have access to this tool that any time of in any moment you can come and extract the detailed data from the application. Not only seeing the indicators in the dashboard, but you can come here and get more information. So we have prepared a report for the bill scanning. I'm going to run it right now. And it's going to, give me a second. Okay. So the report is here. It will be has an Excel file. I'm going to download one that is already here and show you how it comes. So this basically is a report that I've generated 2 hours early, just for showcase purpose. So in this report, what we have basically is all the code. I don't know if this is visible, but I can add this zoom in. Okay. So this basically it shows this report shows the code that was scanned, and the user that have scanned that code. Also the boundary that was selected. Do you remember the first screen that we had was the boundary, right? Where I am right now, and also it shows that which boundary, which country, province, admin post until village. And then here we have also which warehouse I was working. The warehouse was working, and which warehouse he sent basically the bills, and the time that was done, the type of transaction in this case, the vehicle name, and the comments where the team have writing the data. So for each scan, you're going to have one row. So it was 5. If it was 5 bills, so we're going to have 5 rows, and this where I have transactions from the province, national warehouse manager, province warehouse manager, and also the district warehouse manager. So if the same net was scanned, or the same bell was scanning at the province, at national warehouse, I can see if that net was scanned also in the province, in the district, so I can track basically that bell using these reports. The same thing happens with the net. Because of the time, I'm just going to explain to you. In the net, in the application, we have the delivery, right, of the nets in the household. When we are there, it also asks us to scan the QR code of the net. So it's where you scan, and then we can have similar report that show the household name and basically the net, the code that was scanned for that household. And so we do bell scanning. The issue SAM has capability for do the bell scanning and also the bell net scanning. I'm going to ask. I want to ask a question. What is wrong in this presentation? What's wrong in this presentation? In this slide, what's wrong in this slide? Exactly. He's scanning the package and not the net. We should be scanning the QR code of the net, basically, and that is a common mistake that we see in the field, where the field teams tend to scan what is the QR code of the package and not the QR code of the net that is unique. So this is not unique. So if they scan the first package, the second package is say that is the same code. We have already scanned that code. Yes. So.
Thank you very much. I think we can appreciate him. And just to emphasize that the focus of this was not to show us that the only platform that can be used is eGov, but just for us to have an appreciation of how the process works. So if you have a different platform, ideally if you want to do a base scanning or you want to do an individual net scanning, these are some of the considerations that we need to be looking at. And I think he pointed some very important things. And even for me, I learned it today. I thought the QR code here is the same as what is actually on the net. But I realized that they are different. So if people are scanning the one on the packaging, it means it's wrong. But ideally, they are supposed to scan the one on the net itself. We also learned that scanning the base does not mean that automatically it gives you information on all the net in the base. So when you decide to do the base alone, you should know the advantages. And then when you are doing the net alone, you should know the advantages. And I think we saw from both DRC and Liberia some of the advantages and also some of the challenges or the gaps that they have, seen by implementing this. It's new, as Sid said, most of the countries have just piloted it. So we are still learning some lessons out of this and also trying to use these lessons and their experiences to develop guidance that will help us to better implement this. When we look at the use cases, it's obvious that there are a lot of advantages in it to strengthening our accountability or supply chain. But also there are a lot of challenges that we need to try to address as far as this. Just to wrap up, we are in the process of developing a guidance that, and maybe an SOP. I think my colleague Alade said that one of their challenges was that there was no SOP to guide them on how to do this. So some are scanning at bills, and I think he said they put all the bills or they stack them. Then now they need to bring it outside, scan it, and take it back. That's a lot of work, and it will discourage a lot of people in doing it because there's no clear SOP on how do you go about this. maybe we could consider at the point of offloading, as you offload one by one, you are scanning, it's easier. Maybe you could consider what level. Maybe at a lower level, you don't have so much volume, so it will be easier to scan. So there are several considerations that need to be taken when you want to do this approach. So just maybe I'll go each table. In terms of the guidance, what would you like to see, or what are some of the things that you have observed today that you think we should be addressing or answering to help us implement this? I'm going to go through each table just to get your feedback as a final one, then we can close. Chris. Let me start from Xander and team, only two-man teams.
Okay, so I'm tempted to ask this question. Actually, one of the questions that I raised earlier on was answered now. This labeling on the package, so it's useless. We don't need it. All right. So now, my question is, we are starting from the central warehouse. Can't we start from the supplier? This barcoding thing, tracking from there. Can't we start that? That's my question.
It's not a complicated answer. The answer is yes, both in terms of the entirety of the order, so a record of every unique bale number and every unique ITN, as well as the potential to even provide information as to not just the quantity of bales in each container, but which bales are in each container.
I want to find out, I don't know if that was mentioned during the presentation and I missed it. So when you scan a bill, do you get the QR code of all the nets in each of the bill, or is just the bill code? And then how do you know which bill from which a net is taken out of? So if you don't get the information of all the nets in a bill, and then you want to distribute from that bill, how do you know that the net, that particular net, is from a particular bill?
I think Chris can talk about it because he addressed it earlier. So,
just currently, the current recommendation is that level of sophistication, which is possible, is something to be considered more in a future state when everybody knows what they're doing and everybody knows what they're doing with what they've got.
Yeah, so for the scanning of the bill, one of the things we have to be careful of is the QR code. If the QR code is messed up, there's no way you can scan it. So we experienced that one. Yep.
I'm going table by table again. What do you want to see, or what do you want to be addressed?
Yes, what I want to see. Oh, okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm still on the scanning of the bed net. You know, I asked a question earlier. It was not answered by DRC. The time that if actually they try to record the time of distributing one net, because according to them, throughout the distribution process, they do scanning of the net. So when you are distributing the net, what is the time that is spent? Because in as much as we want is our beneficial, but again, they are very busy. We need to take cognizance of that. If that one is answered, then.
Yeah, I can answer for them. If you try the scanning, you realize that it's very quick. It's just some few seconds. So the challenge is really not with the scanning. Once it's configured, because at the point of distribution, you're already entering how many people or how many nets you are issuing. And then the next one is just scanning. And that process is just a few seconds. And I think Alade can also attest to it. In Liberia, the actual scanning is very few seconds. But then the process of, for example, in the bills, because if it's already stacked and you are bringing it out and all that, then it takes time. But when you are distributing, once the householder comes and you tear the net and you want to issue, you just scan it and give it to them. And that is very few seconds, because the QR code and how you scan it is very fast. It's the same as what we did here. very similar, no difference in how you do it. Ellie?
Just also half a question, half a suggestion, because the issue when you're scanning the QR code of the net is that you need to open the package to get there. And could we suggest or push towards the manufacturers to have a design that allow to expose the QR code of the net through the packaging, so at least we don't have to open them in order to scan them? Because I guess that for GS1, the package is a separate entity than the net, and that's why we have unique codes as objects. But if we can have a design that reduces the friction to be able to open it.
Because buyers are already working with suppliers to resolve that issue, and some manufacturers have already responded with a solution where you can read the individual serial number through the individual bag. Thanks. Yeah, enjoy your chocolate.
If I can just quickly respond to Ellie's comment. I think, and people who are more familiar with IT and manufacturing can correct me here, that's a deliberate decision to package the net inside the, or the QR code inside. Because when you're distributing, you don't want to hand over the entire package, you want to rip it open and give it to the beneficiary so that it is not resold or it doesn't re-enter the market. So that's the process. So, I mean, people who are more familiar with IT and manufacturing can correct me here.
Thank you for the last point, because I think it's very relevant even for bulk packaging, because if the requirement is to scan every net as they go out, if the net is visible when it's folded, and you can just take the net, scan, give out, that would actually save. I mean, I know we're not talking about a lot of time, but it would make people's lives a lot easier. So I think the solution for through the package would automatically solve the solution for bulk, because necessarily the QR code would have to be facing out, and if you take that package away anyway, then that makes it very easy to scan. So I think that's a really useful. I just earned a chocolate. Cool. We just also to share. We have from the pilot in DRC. We've also shared the feedback with manufacturers who have updated a few things. For example, the printing quality, the type of ink that is used, the size has been adjusted a little bit. So we are on a constant feedback loop with manufacturers, and if anybody has experience from implementing this and they want to share things with AMF, then we would be very, very interested to hear that, because these are types of things that we can, I mean, we're constantly ordering nets, so we can constantly be feeding that back and get on a an improvement loop. I wanted to ask the question, sorry to hold the floor. From our perspective, we've had a much smoother experience with scanning GS1, I'm now sort of showing my ignorance here, the QR-like, so the GS1 data matrix, if I'm getting that right. We've had a much easier time scanning that than scanning the barcodes on the bales, because we are trying to do it without new infrastructure. I know barcode scanners, just using the existing phones, and the barcodes on the bales are quite long, and therefore you have to stand you have to hold the camera quite far away, and then at that point the camera is not as good at picking up the image, and so it takes a lot longer. So my question was, would it be possible to contain the barcode label information and put it and simply print it as a GS1 data matrix as well? I think that's a question to anyone. Yeah.
On these bales that it's right now in the demo bales, that's why they were able to scan it. There are actually the data matrices, but that's not a requirement from TraceNet at the moment. The only requirement is the linear barcode. Recommendation, sorry.
And that it contains the bail information.
Yes. I believe, yeah.
Hello. So I think my own is just more like now going forward away from when you are actually distributing. So we also know that maybe some programs would want to look at maybe the coverage after 6 months. Okay, and we know that people start washing their bed net even 3 times or even sometimes monthly. So we've seen that sometimes the QR code might actually clean up from the cleaning. So that's why maybe as we are talking about the QR code, we should also be talking about the durability of the code as such that they are resistant to washing.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at use cases, for example, durability monitoring, then what she said is very relevant, because if you want to go back maybe after 6 months to look at it, then the QR codes have to be quite durable so that when you go back, you can be able to see that. So there were a couple of recommendations shared with manufacturers, I think, some time back around some of these observations. So I'm sure they are working on them. A few points, maybe
Robert?
2 or 3, then I can. Yes, Elijah?
Yes. I think I have 3 points to share. And I'm excited because we have our the Global Fund colleagues in the room, and we also have a lot of key stakeholders here. I think one of the key problems we've had is we have not been able to receive the database of all the linear codes of the supplier and integrate it in the tools we have. Now, in the context of tracking and tracing, you have to scan and reference to something in the database. And the question of Alade, like we are just scanning, is not telling us, right? What you are scanning, is it referring back to even a net that is in the lot of nets that you've received in that country? So, if we want to be realistic, these are the key gaps that we'll still have in terms of setting up the system to really give a clear linear path of tracing and tracking. I think that's one.
I apologize, but I've run out of chocolate, but if I had, I would give you a handful.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's one. 2 is on the issue of the discomfort that comes with the scanning. Yes, I'm calling it a discomfort for lack of a better word. And this is because it is interruptive. The experience we had in Liberia, ordinarily, if nets are shipped to a warehouse, all the driver does with the warehouse manager, obviously they would just communicate on phone and say, okay, if you are at the gate, just come in and then I'll just run in. And the guy just opens the warehouse and then they load and he counts and he records and then they leave. Now, he needs to be trained first on how to scan. He needs to be given a phone. His phone has to be configured. He needs to have a credential. And at the point of receiving the net, you have to stage this net in 10s or 20s or 50s, and this is based on the SOP that is applicable in each of the countries, before this net will now be stacked and stored. A couple of times, this discomfort is a discomfort today for 3 reasons. Number 1 reason is because in our protocol for campaigns, I wish that Almasi is here, but I'm happy that we have him and we have Zandam here. But in our, all the protocols for campaign, we don't have a staff who is responsible and motivated to scan these barcodes. So we put the responsibility on a warehouse manager who already has his responsibilities and so on, all right? And he's asking for motivation. In the case of Liberia, right, this is what happened, contrary to what you said, Robert. We had the SOPs. eGov did all the SOPs. We sent it to Tuna. We did an online training. We did an in-person training. But guess what? These SOPs were not used. The reason was because motivation was really, really low. To scan these bills, yes, it's simple. But, you know, it takes less than 1 minute to scan. But you see the process of staging, right? Then they go back, and then they bring another one, and then they, you know, that's where the time consumption really is. I think this is my second point. Then, to my third point is tracing the nets at the point of distribution is one. I think the objective of health campaigns is really ensuring that the nets are utilized. Now, we still don't have a link between the scanning of the nets and the net retention surveys that we do in our campaigns. And my challenge to Robert and the team is, you know, if this has to be sustained, you know, imagine that we have a system where you can now, after 6 months, as my friend has said, you know, after 1 year or 6 months, and we are having like the net retention survey being done, and you just go to the household and you scan the QR codes of the nets available and in use in the households to confirm if those are the nets that were, you know, issued out in that campaign, or if there are old nets, and so on. So I'm now going to link all 3 points. Now, I'm sorry that I'm taking so much time, but this thing is something, you know, a lot of time was spent on the CRS side to kind of build this up with eGov, but the thing is the result that we expect to see is not really coming as strong as we want, and I think that's why we are coming up with this, you know, all of these recommendations. So now, to link this, if there is additional cost or motivation to have, like, you know, have somebody to scan, then we should be able to see that cost that we have invested being used in retention. If we link it, I think the Global Fund will be ready to invest in ensuring that that loop is closed. I think I'll end at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. Very valid points. And I will not react, but just to say that, you know, the use cases is dependent on the country. So, as I said, it's new. Just about 2 or 3 countries have done this. We are still learning out of it. And that's why we want to develop this guidance to bring out some of the key recommendations on the best way of doing it. How best can we use the data that we are generating out of it? As you said, a lot of countries are doing post-campaign evaluations where they want to look at the nets that, you know, were received from the campaign and all that. How can we leverage on this data that is already in the system? Even for those that have done it, I'm very sure that after the campaigns, they don't even know where the data is sitting, or the data has not been used. So these are some of the things we are trying to, you know, address, and also come up with some recommendations on how best we can improve this exercise. So I think we are far over our time. Paul, I see you are raising your hand, but we are all tight. So let me just give you the last list, and then we can close.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. I think is a comment in response to a question that was asked. Why can't we have the QR code that is on the bed nets on the packaging? And I'm coming from the waste management end now. Because what we're preaching is that you tear out the package and issue out the bed nets, the naked bed nets. So I'm thinking if we have the QR code that is on the bed nets in the package, then there will be the temptation to just scan the package and give out the pack and give out the bed net with the pack. But where you have to tear it out and scan from the bed net itself, then we can eliminate that temptation. So we can retain the package for waste management, because we do not want the packages to get to the household. So I'm thinking we should keep the scanning of the bed net QR code in the bed net, so you have to tear out the package to do that.
Just Paul, I think the guidance and what we're trying to do is have no packages for campaign nets and have only naked nets. That's really, we're not there yet, especially with dual AIs, but for PBOs and standard nets, it's mostly the case for most donors already. It's just routine that requires package.
Okay, so just to wrap up, as I said, we are in the process of developing this guidance. We will still contact some of you or most of you once we have a draft to obtain feedback, as we always do with most of our guidance. And I think you can see that there are a lot of questions. I mean, if we were to go on, we still have a lot of questions. So what we really want to do is that this guidance should address most of these questions, also give recommendations for how we can manage this. So I will just say that we will get back once we progress on this to share per how we normally do. I think most of you, especially the countries, have reviewed most of the guidance that we put out for programs or to support campaign distribution. On this note, I will say a very big thank you to the facilitators, Chris, and Sid, for the great job today, and thank you to yourselves too for being very active and being supportive. Thanks a lot. And tomorrow we start with the digitalization meeting at 8:30. 8:30. So please, tomorrow 9, please. 9 you'll be at the Hall of Africa. We are going back to the Hall of Africa, the one downstairs on the ground floor. Okay. Thank you.